You ready? You got me running, you got me running, got me running. Shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Raise your hands up, raise them up.
meeting to order. Shelley, can you do roll call, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Present.
District 2, Councilman Pastor. Present. District 3, Councilman Latham. District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here. He's real low. Your volume's real low. There you go. Okay.
Here.
Mayor Guimeros.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. Fernando, can you lead us in the invocation, please?
Yes. I know traditionally we do a prayer, but it doesn't always have to be. So anyways, I found this today and I thought it was appropriate. It's called Anyway. People are often unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Forgive them anyways. If you are kind, people may accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyways. If you are honest and frank, people may cheat you. Be honest anyways. What you spend your years building, someone may try to destroy overnight. Build anyways. If you find serenity and happiness, they may be jealous. Be happy anyways. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give the world the best you've got anyway. You see, in the final analysis, it is between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Jesse, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before I open the public hearing, I want to read a statement, just so we have a orderly, productive meeting, not only in this one, but in the following subjects that we have. And I'll read it. Personal attacks on staff will not be permitted during public comment or community call to the public. This statement is supported by the City Code Section 2-4-A, Order of Business and the City Code Ethics, Item P. The comment periods are to express concerns or statements regarding community or agenda items. Electronic comments received via email at council@globeaz.gov or text 200-0154 that contain personal attacks on staff will be reviewed and, if necessary, returned, requesting that any personal attacks be removed and can then be resubmitted to be read in the meeting. Thank you for your cooperation to preserve a professional order during this Globe City Council meeting. Thank you. So item 1 is public hearing and consideration of rezoning case number Z-20-01, a request to rezone the property located at 1855 South Holder Drive from the R19 Single Family Zoning District to the Transitional Residential TR Zoning District with a planned area development PAD overlay. And I'll turn it over to Dana to...
Thank you very much, Mayor Guimeros. Council members, I appreciate you having this on your agenda tonight and considering this. Just a few points of order as we begin. As the title of the agenda item states, there's a public hearing. So at some point later in the meeting, we will open up a public hearing and receive public comment and then close that, and I'll take you through that. As well, if I could just suggest a format, initially I'll do a presentation from staff with our review and findings and so forth, and then possibly a question and answer if the council would like, with me and those technicalities or in the of details of the staff report or any questions you might have, and then perhaps open up the meeting to the applicant to make a presentation or speech and provide then an opportunity for Q&A after that with the council. And after that's complete, then that would be a good time to open up the public hearing, hear public comment, close the public hearing, and then continue discussion and Q&A. Does that sound good? Very good. So we prepared a presentation for you, which I'll run through quickly to keep Meeting on track. Thank you very much, Danny. And I'll quickly start because of a lot of other surrounding and related elements to this case. I'd like to just unpack that really quick to make sure we're specifically talking this evening about the rezoning request for the property up off Holder Drive, and it's subject to this application. And why I wanted to just mention and take you through a quick chronology of other items, just make sure we're separating or we don't mix those into this conversation as well. Initially, if you recall, the applicant received a notice of violation for operating an event venue in a single-family district back on March 5th. And in that notice of violation, staff gave her some options and listed the options that the city has at their disposal and tools to correct and remedy that problem. So anyway, one of which was appeal of the zoning administrator's interpretation of the code and how it is applied in her situation. And Darlene did file an application to appeal to the Board of Adjustment. So that's still lingering. We have put that on hold with an agreement with the applicant to pursue this rezoning request that you have before you. So just letting you know that's still out there, and that will probably be resurrected depending on how the discussion, and things result this evening. Secondly, there was a text amendment, and that was another option presented. You can change the code of the zoning ordinance to insert an allowed use, such as an event venue in an R19 district or in a single-family district, and that's what we call the CUP option. So as of last Wednesday, actually, that was scheduled to be heard, have the required public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and unfortunately, the Planning and Zoning Commission could not convene because of lack of a quorum. So at this time, any future text amendment would require re-advertisement of a public hearing and then to be resurrected in that manner. So that's the surrounding issue, other items related to this project. So again, we're strictly discussing the rezoning request as stated in the application. And then really quick, how a rezoning request is made is an application from the applicant, and then staff reviews that application for the details and routes it around to all the department heads to have their review, and then we get together and talk about any outstanding items or what things that need to be addressed and so forth. And that's that process. We request additional information from the applicant when necessary and so forth. Then we move on to a neighborhood meeting that's required by statute, which was held on October 22nd, I believe, at the property. And you have those meeting minutes in your staff report under the citizen review. It's one of your exhibits. And then after that, we can then hold a notice or advertise and hold a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission, which was done on November 18th. At which you received a recommendation of denial from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'll get to that at the end of the report. And now here we are. A public hearing is required before council can take action on amending the zoning map and adopting the proposed rezoning. That said, orient you to the site quickly. So DJ's Casa, you can see it's pretty much in the center of that graphic or that image, and it's flanked by two properties on the south or to your right as you look at that, the Walliman property, and the Wallimans have been in support of this rezoning, and then on the other, flanking the west side of DJ's Casa is the Gibson property, and they are opposed. And then you see the Hollis property is the large red area, which is zoned commercial, or that's actually a mixed-use planned area development, or PAD. All the rest of the red you see there is zoned commercial C2. The yellow area is all R19. And then the green areas you see in those corners is open space recreation zoning. And just continue to orient you. You see the Holder property to to the left and north of the Hollis, as well as their neighbor, the Bakers. Both of them have submitted protests to this request. Salome, the two Salome properties you see up there, north, are actually owned by one lot is Frank Holder, and the other lot is Patty Holder, Travis and Frank's mother. And then up towards the corner there, you see the Ties, as well as the Rices. We have not heard any response. Why I'm from them, from the notices that they've received, and why I'm going. And then the large parcel that really surrounds most all of these parcels is what's noted as JT Morning Glory, and that would be the ownership, Enterprises, and that would be the ownership of about 103 acres that surrounds all of these homes, and was it the balance at one point that was the Holder grandfather's property. So hopefully that helps explain what's what there, and again, in the relationship to the zoning. And one key point you'll see directly where DJ Casa property abuts the Hollis mixed-use parcel, you'll see a dimension called out there of 55 feet, and that's the total abutment of Darlene's property to the Hollis mixed-use development. Now they are separated by elevation, and I'll show you that shortly. Here's a close-up of the property. Darlene's with the red roofs. Holder Drive is on the right-hand side there, and then you see her driveway coming up the hill to the top of her pad or her property. Gibson's on the left again, and the Domlins with the white house to the right. And this is a perspective from over at the Dream Manor looking. All the white structure you see there is the Domlin property, and those are retaining walls holding up Darlene's property as well as their property from the elevations below. And then you see the Gibson's home just beyond that fill slope where Darlene's house is perched up on top with the white roof and the red walls. The Gibsons are right down on the left there. And then those two larger homes across, separated away there on the left, the closest of which with the pinker roof, lighter colored roof, would be Travis Holder's. And then his neighbor Ray Baker is just past him. And then you can see the two Frank Holder and Patty Holder's homes back to the upper right there, nestled into the canyon. So if you're familiar with this location, which I think everybody is, that's the Highway 60, obviously, showing the intersection of Holder Drive. This effectively is a canyon, if you would. There's a very similar hillside where Dream Manor is located, and the 60 follows that canyon. For the most part, there's one other commercial building, metal commercial building in this vicinity, east or west from where this picture was taken. And aside from that, the Dream Manor, and that's really the only development within this section of the 60. Quickly, rezoning, PAD requirements. So the way the code's written is actually anticipating a request to rezone a property for a planned area development. Obviously, in this situation, all development is already existing. So the unique circumstance or exceptional circumstance is exactly that. It's an existing developed property. For that reason, the zoning ordinance also requires or asks for a 5-acre minimum lot size. However, it does give the option that should the zoning administrator find for exceptional reasons, we can reduce that minimum, and I've done that to allow this at request to come forward. A PAD is an overlay to the underlying zoning, and as it's been requested, basically the TR district is being grossly modified to be very tailored to the use of a event venue, and I'll get to that in a minute. And that's the purpose of that overlay, or that PAD overlay, to have exceptional modifications to the allowed uses and development standards of that TR, of the base TR zoning district. And it also shall provide open space. Again, it's all existing on on the property. So this is the existing R19 allowed uses for all of that yellow area that we saw previously. All zoning districts have a list of permitted uses and a list of uses by conditional use. In R19, basically R19 single-family dwellings are allowed, or home occupations. And there's a few others, but it says accessory buildings and other things that are more nominal and not really pertinent in this discussion. Yes, Mayor?
Yeah, Dana, can you explain home occupations?
Yes. So you do have a definition for home occupations, which essentially allows for a professional or semi-professional type of office use in a home, not to exceed 400 square feet of that home or more than a quarter of the home. The idea is to let somebody work out of their house. There's a limitation on trips. You're allowed to have one non-resident employee there, so somebody can come to your house and provide clerical service or whatever, or be another CPA or something like that if you're an accountant, but that's it. So the idea of home occupations is to really limit the activity to ensure that it's not going to change the character of that neighborhood, or it's not going to have any negative impacts like additional traffic or parking in the street and things like that in a residential neighborhood. So the idea is to let you work out of your home, but don't change it into no signage is allowed. Don't change that character of that property. All right. And then R19 allows uses by conditional use permit. So churches are allowed, public buildings are allowed, schools are allowed, as well as recreational uses. Now, we note in that zoning district discussion or standard, it does require all of those types of uses to be located adjacent to or take direct access from either an arterial road or an arterial or collector. Again, the whole principle of that is to not have an impact on neighborhoods or residences that are typical to an R19 zoning district. So we want to know that we're not increasing traffic or cut through traffic or anything like that. We want those larger uses like churches that will have a big peak attendance for a few hours on a Sunday or all day, that occurs in a way that doesn't impact the residents surrounding it. And then also recreational uses like a golf course or a community center or something like that is also allowed in C2, and then bed and breakfasts are allowed by use permit. So the application that you're considering this evening, I have in black are those R19 standards that we just reviewed that are allowed by right, or some are allowed by right, some are allowed by conditional use permit. And the red is that basically the modifications or the additions to, and obviously daycare of 5 or fewer children. Private event venue is the key item here. That's specific to Ms. Darlene's application and use of the property. And then there's also development standards, and we'll touch on that. Basically, that's in the development standards. That is those development standards would basically identify setbacks, requirements for screening, any of those other site improvements that are necessary to allow for development on a lot. So through the review, we identified issues that need to be addressed prior to allowing the rezone or as a condition of rezoning. Holder Drive is an 18-foot wide road at its widest. Currently, that roadway serves 9 homes, including this property. And that's why I show you the exhibit and identify who's who. They all take access from the same location, so they're all, in my mind, affected by whatever occurs as far as land uses off of that roadway. So city engineer provided us with this detail saying we need two-way traffic. We need to be able to efficiently move two-way traffic if we're going to have a commercial development on this site, and that would be a minimum of 24-foot width, and similar to emergency vehicle access requirements as well. And you see the detail there. To that point, in your packets, you also have letters of opposition as well as letters of support, which I'll get to. But in one of those letters of opposition was from JT Morning Glory, who has provided easements for Holder Road on their property. So JT Morning Glory owns Holder Road or Holder Drive, and has granted easements to, or the prior owner of that property granted easements to all the different homes, and that's how they take access. Now, this is not something we do today. We like to subdivide property and have dedicated roadways, be it public or private, but designated and planned, if you will, along with water and sewer infrastructure and other necessary infrastructure. So it's unique in that way. Ideally, as we subdivide and continue to grow, we'll have less situations like this to look at, or as we address them and future development occurs. Like I said, there is 103 acres on that Morning Glory property. It'll likely develop one day, and when it does, we would ask for that complete subdivision infrastructure plan. And if I didn't say that, yeah, JT Morning Glory does oppose and has submitted a petition against this rezoning. So they to widen that roadway. It's currently a 30-foot easement. This detail requires a 50-foot width right-of-way or easement, and they've objected to providing that to date. The other issue is parking. When you're having an event, you'll have a surge or an influx of people all at one time for one event. So we need to ensure that we're able to park that on the property or in a manner that's not going to impact the surrounding properties. In a quick review of the existing graded areas of the property, we calculated about 43 parking spaces could be accommodated on site. Should the commission wish to entertain approving this request, staff has provided a list of stipulations or conditions of approval to address the parking and the roadway improvements relative to the occupancy. So staff is comfortable with some thresholds we've created in the condition of approval, saying once the road's widened and walls would be erected to screen the parking areas. In all commercial districts, parking areas are required to have a low screen wall to screen the headlights from the vehicles and screen the parking area. So that is also included in a condition of approval.
That's what the green lines are for?
Correct. And there is a better exhibit of this in a black line that I'll show you in a moment, I hope. There's a close-up of the property, and the purpose of showing you this is you see the Baker and Holder properties there and the Gibson in between the Bakers and Holders and DJ's Casa. As I mentioned before, this is all in a canyon. DJ's Casa is effectively at a similar elevation to the Bakers and Holders, where with the Gibsons, they're depressed probably 10 feet below. Their finished floor is probably at least 10 feet lower than Darlene's. And the idea is that the complaints of noise traveling from DJ's Casa to the Holders or through that canyon has been a concern and definitely an issue for those neighbors.
Dan, I have a question before you change. The Vuksanovich Family Trust property comes across the highway and takes in the highway also?
No, that's just the zoning district.
Okay.
Their property ends at the highway there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
They've got a private road, don't they?
They do. They're not included in that 9. They have a separate access point. Just to let you know, they did submit a letter of opposition to the or an email. I'm frozen here. We'll get it going. Thanks, Danny. And that's the black and white. Sorry, it's a little difficult and obviously small text. Let me make sure I'm in the right spot to read. But what you see the two parking areas, and those thicker lines are the location of a screen wall. On the left side of where you see all the notes, basically what you're looking at there is staff had conditioned an 8-foot screen wall to obscure as much noise and sound, and I guess a view as well, from Darlene's property to the properties to the west. Obviously, the Gibsons are right next door, and then the Holders and Bakers across another 300-400 feet away. And then at the base of that wall, on the Gibson side, is a landscape tree buffer with stipulated canopy trees, 25 foot on center. So if we can get a tree canopy above that wall too, that'll help absorb sound from traveling. It's not going to absorb all the sound, but it would absorb some of the sound from traveling over there. And that, like I mentioned, is in the conditions that staff would recommend should you want to entertain approval of this rezoning. Okay, the adjacent zoning surrounding the property was approved of the C2 property to the south. The Hollis property extends well beyond that area we were looking at, the area around Holder Drive, also across the wash. Just to orient you, this project was approved about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, this rezoning with a PAD, Planned Area Development. Again, it's a modification of several zoning districts. The property was previously zoned C2 and for park model zoning, and it had probably 3 or 4 different types of zoning districts on it. And the Hollises decided to conglomerate that and do a master plan, if you will, with very similar land uses that were already entitled to do, but have it blend it in a way that allows more flexibility and a higher quality development, ideally. And I won't get into the details, but we're looking at Darlene's property is up on the upper right-hand corner there. This particular exhibit shows a single-family residential subdivision at the base. Now, just to let you know, there were, I think, a total of 3 possible scenarios, or a blend of those 3 that could occur on that site. But one day, this is generally the idea or the intent in a broad context for that property. And that's a zoom of that property, and you can kind of see how they're all oriented. And there's some setbacks and buffers that are shown there. Yes.
Is a single family homes, the yellow area there, does that encroach on the Gibson's property?
It does not, and I'm sorry, that aerial might be skewed a little bit. I think the road looks like it's over the tops of the Gibsons, but no, it's just the discrepancy in the aerial.
But the road also takes in the 55 feet of...
Correct. You would see that 55 feet around that end, the far right long lot you see. That lot's probably 50 feet wide, and that's probably the area, or right in that area, that is the connection.
And that's single family homes also?
Conceptually.
Conceptually, okay.
Yes, it can be one of many uses that are listed in the PAD for that development.
Dana, so the single family next to the Gibson property is commercial then? Or can be used for commercial, or no? Or where the single family house?
That is zoned mixed-use PAD right now.
So what can be, so that?
To the east, to the west of the Gibsons?
Yeah, that it says single family housing,
Commercial.
commercial.
It's one of those many uses, right. And this property was originally C2 before the PAD, and I think they entertained a large big box at one time. Yes, C2, general retail, highway retail is allowed. All right.
Didn't I just wanted to remind Councilman Pastor to move your microphone a little bit
Oh
closer?
yeah, please talk in your mic, so we got a lot of people on the.
Mike. Okay. Citizen input, and I'm wrapping up here. We have a total of 7 letters of opposition from the surrounding property owners. Today, you should have received, I've been receiving emails. You should have received those forwarded to you from people in support of the Gibsons and opposing, I think they were character references, and opposing the rezoning as well. Then we have received several letters of support, and today, yesterday, you should have received a PDF of another handful of letters as well. I hope you've had the opportunity to review that, and by the statement, we would like to make sure those are added to the record for this case. And then finally, as I mentioned, there will be a public hearing held, and we'll circle back to that after we do a question and answer and possibly hear a presentation from the applicant. With that, I would remind you again, on November 18th, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended the City Council deny this request. Obviously, the City Council is well within the right to either approve, deny, or approve with conditions. If the council wishes to do the latter, as you read in your reports, we did include a list of conditions of approval that we'd ask you include. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the council? Fernando, any questions?
Sorry, I gotta unmute here. No questions.
I do have one, Dana, on the B&B. Those are allowed in R19?
Correct, by use permit.
So what is the difference there? Is that somebody lives on the property?
Correct.
In a B&B?
There is a resident, and they're offering rooms for overnight guests, and then, I guess, preparing food. And there's a definition in the zoning code.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Dana, so by Darlene filing the rezone pad application, does that indicate that she would be in favor of the CUP and the requirements that are stated, or this is just an application to go through the process?
To rezone the property, the CUP, should the council approve this rezoning request, there's no CUP involved. And again, that was part of a prior discussion on text amendment to the zoning ordinance, so no. So it would be by right in that list of uses you have in the application and the ordinance. We've got a draft ordinance in your packet as well. That becomes the law for this particular property, and it allows for see the next exhibit. See the note on it? Yeah, one more. There it is. That's it. And once you get in, you'll see the details.
Okay. And I do have a question on Exhibit B. In the whereases, the third one from the bottom, it says that the Planning and Zoning Commission, after having held a public hearing on the case, has forwarded the mayor and city council a favorable recommendation to amend the zoning map as described herein.
My apologies. That should read recommendation for denial. Or we would strike that whereas altogether, possibly. And we'll make that note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of question or council and Dana, just for clarity, we received a bundle of letters in support of the DJ Casa request. We emailed those, and just because we're talking numbers, I think there are 14 letters in there, but it was one PDF package, but 14 positive letters.
I got 32.
Okay, well, and I just wanted to clarify because you gave a number on the negative and the number on the positive.
Thank you.
Okay.
Count them all. Thank you.
So now, Dana, the next process is to go to...
Maybe ask if the applicant would like to give a presentation or make a statement.
Yep, and we'll start with Darlene Jonovich. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please, yeah, to the mic. Make sure you speak into the mic because we have people online listening also.
Good evening, council members and the mayor. My name is Darlene Jonovich. I own the property at 1855 South Holder Drive. In 2016, I went to the City of Globe's Department of Development Services to discuss whether this property could be used as an event venue for weddings, parties, and other social gatherings. In reliance upon this presentation, I therefore took numerous steps to convert the residence into commercial event venue. This was an extensive project that involved redoing the interior of the structure to meet commercial grade standards. I fully constructed a commercial grade kitchen that included a commercial stove, a commercial range hood, and a commercial food storage area. I had to prepare plans and obtain approval to construct handicap accessible entryways and a handicap accessible bathroom, separate from the private bathroom that would be used by employees. Every step of this expensive renovation requires the submittal of plans of the City of Globe, the city issuing permits, and city inspectors approving the work. Even the exterior of the property required extensive renovations. I constructed an outdoor ramada, an outdoor brick fireplace, metal roofing on the building, even artificial turf and landscaping. The swimming pool, because it would be used as a part of the commercial activities, also was required to be upgraded. This required approval from the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. Gila County's Health and Emergency Services oversaw the plans involving the equipment and operation requirements to meet the Arizona Food and Drug Code. The Globe Fire Department oversaw the implementation of the range hood and other fire suppressant requirements. Of course, the City of Globe's Development Services oversaw and approved all the necessary permits to operate the property as approved event center. Clearly, I can document in excess of $300,000 in expenses above and beyond the purchase price that have been incurred to convert the property to a commercial venue. Numerous governmental entities, including the City of Globe Development Services, have been involved in the review and approval of all the work undertaken. During the several years of work, no one suggested that this was not a proper use for the property. This work was completed by 2019, especially on July 2019, the City of Globe Planning and Zoning Department issued this property a certificate of occupancy authorizing DJ's Casa to operate an event venue on the property. Therefore, a number of events were scheduled and held at DJ's Casa. There were no neighboring complaints. In fact, no one could assume no one knew events were scheduled which occurred. One event even involved City of Globe officials. My neighbors did not object or complain when these past events occurred. It was not until March 4th that the City of Globe determined the property was not C2 zone, but rather was R19 zoned. At the city's suggestion to remedy this situation, we could cease doing all commercial activities, but this would not address the $300,000 invested to make this commercial venue. The city also suggested we could appeal the zoning and administrator's determination to the Board of Adjustments, which has been done, but presently is being held in abeyance where we pursue the remedy now being presented. The request for rezoning allows the mayor and council to do what is right, to acknowledge the city has already approved the remodeling and expenditure of monies for commercial activities. I feel approving this present rezoning request would be an appropriate solution. Moreover, it allows the mayor and the council to impose reasonable conditions to preserve harmony in the neighborhood. My property is adjacent to already existing commercial zoning, as you can see. Many of my neighbors and other residents support this request. Of course, I recognize others do not. To those who do not support the request, I assure you I am committed to reduce noise and accept reasonable limitations, but I cannot agree the property cannot be used in a productive manner. The overall goal is to correct the error that was made, not by myself, but by the City of Globe. I request the C2 zoning to be approved. Thank you.
Questions? Questions, Fernando?
No, I met with them, so I'm quite familiar with it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. And as we move forward with these, I have a stack of them. If we could keep it somewhere around 3 to 5 minutes on your comments, that would help us expedite these requests a little quicker. Thank you, Darlene. Stacy Murray?
Mayor,
Yes.
council members, prior to, we can go ahead and open up the public hearing. Strike your gavel, open up the public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
We'll open up the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Stacy Murray, and I am a real estate broker and owner of Conchina Properties here in Glow, as well as a property owner in this community. I am concerned about the council allowing the request for rezoning the property at 1855 South Holder Drive from R19 single-family zoning to transitional residential zoning with a planned area development overlay. Reason for this is, my concern is if you do this now for this property, this now sets a precedent for other members of the community to think that this can be allowed in other residential communities. So my concern as a property owner for where I live, for other properties that I own, is that this is now going to be something that everyone's going to feel like they can whenever there's an inadvertently mistake made by the city when they were told the incorrect thing. My biggest issue as a property owner is I wouldn't want this to happen in my neighborhood. I wouldn't want this to happen to me next door, because of obviously the bundle of rights of property ownership is quiet enjoyment, and that does affect you when you do have commercial next door to your residential home. As a real estate broker, though, it extremely affects the values. So if we become a community where we are allowing zoning to be changed for one particular property in a certain type of zoning to another type of zoning, that can unfortunately adversely affect the values of the property. I understand there is 55 feet currently zoned under mixed use, and I know that there could potentially be commercial. According to the current plans, and I know that can change, it is supposed to be single family in supposedly right at that 55 feet. I understand that does change, but it really does affect the value of even those new single family residences that will be coming in. That, as you all know, housing is very important to me, and we want people to live here, we want people to enjoy living here, and we want to be able to give them the opportunity of that quiet enjoyment. And I believe that if we don't, we were not given the best plan when the city was formed, because we're an old town, and it wasn't planned in the late 1800s for us to be as big as we are today. And unfortunately, when you grow to that extent, the growing of that is unfortunately thrown together in ways that certain types of properties, yes, do end up next to other properties, but we need to be smart about the future of our housing and the future of our commercial businesses. And that's more my concern, is just I appreciate the fact that DJ's Casa is such an amazing event venue. We need that in our community. It is very unfortunate, though, that this happened to her, but I'm really just more concerned as a real estate broker and a property owner that we don't allow these things to just happen just because this one person wants a different type of use for their property. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacy. Next I have, I hope I say this right, Pat Curry.
Mr. Mayor, I'm part of the Setka family out in Wheatfields. Family's been out here for 100 years. a longtime school superintendent, retiring out there. Part of the Croatian people, known the Jonovich family for years. I want to say one thing about them. They're about as good Christian people as you'd ever know. What I see when I look at this situation, I appreciate what the real estate broker says. Whatever it was you, I know real estate people make good money, $300,000. What if it was you? There were mistakes made by the city of Globe and Gila County. $300,000? You know, she's an honest lady. And Dan was an honest man. I mean, I've had the same thing happen to me. We have cattle. We're not very big. We had someone come along that says, you know what, we like something called a willow flycatcher bird that nobody can show me what it looks like. They said, we haven't seen one, but we've heard it. But you can't have cows on this property for half the year. So we lose money all of a sudden. We had some land we wanted to sell in another place, and the neighbors said, well, we want open land. They wouldn't let us sell our land. Why? Because the neighbors want open land. This is the kind of stuff that happens to people that are good people, and I just want us to be careful. When mistakes are made, I think we need to right the wrong. This is not going to lead to everybody getting to change something. The lady's already invested $300,000, and I don't know if anyone's been to that house. I've been there. This is a tiny venue. You can't put 200-300 people there. I don't think you can put more than 75 in that place, and 75 would be pushing it. I really don't think, I don't know why what Darlene said can go in there, but it's pretty tiny. It's not a large event place. And you can look across the way and see another event place that can put quite a few people and could make a lot of noise. So I just think we need to think hard about this. Be fair to a nice person who's invested a lot of money. We look at a town that I've been around a long time, going back and forth. Now I'm here permanently, and I've seen storefronts close in Globe, Miami. I've seen mines close. I see towns dying. I'm very big in the schools. I've seen Miami and Globe schools just keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and we can't kill our communities. We've got to help. So anyway, I appreciate that, and let's do our best to right or wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Frank Holder.
Right, so I'm obviously not Frank Holder, but I'm here proxy for him because he cannot be here. He's out of state right now. He couldn't even get on the Zoom call. So I have a letter to read from him. So this is his letter. It says, City of Globe and all relevant city authorities, the purpose of the letter to express my strenuous objection to any zoning changes of residential properties on Holder Drive. City planning and zoning maps clearly denote that Darlene Jonovich's property, as well as mine and others, is a residential property. It has never been commercial and has been taxed historically as residential. Despite this fact, and with the apparent inappropriate enabling of Globe City officials, DJ's Casa has been utilizing the property for commercial purposes. Even if City of Globe officials made a mistake when verbally informing zoning of the property, any standard due diligence performed would have confirmed this was not the case. It is grossly unacceptable to allow a large commercially oriented parties to continue to occur at this residence. This represents a hazard and an unacceptable inconvenience to the neighbors, and it is in direct contravention of the law. The City of Globe cannot compound these infractions and mistakes by trying to modify zoning ex post facto and in direct opposition of neighbors. The City of Globe is also bound by the Arizona state law, which has been broken here. Should the City of Globe insist on continuing down this path and refuse to remediate the infraction committed and mistakes made, I will have no choice but to seek equitable relief in the courts. Sincerely, Frank L. Holder, Salome Properties.
Mayor?
Yes,
For the record-
Freddie, go ahead.
For the record, can we get who spoke? Okay.
Oh, the Travis. The name of, yeah.
Yeah.
So Travis, you're up next. I'll keep you up there.
Okay, so I'm Travis Holder. I live on Holder Drive, 1875, South Holder Drive. I'm also representing my mother, Patricia, who couldn't be here. Some of our other neighbors that work out of town. But regardless of that, I just wanted to go through some points that are very factual to this particular zoning case. So good evening, City Council, Mayor. Appreciate you guys listening to us. Tonight you'll hear very many different viewpoints and opinions, right? Basically, you're going to hear how beautiful it is on Holder Drive and how nice this illegal business is. I won't argue that. You won't hear me argue. It is beautiful. That's why we built our dream home there. We built a couple homes there. It's beautiful. We love it there. It's awesome. You'll hear no argument from me. I could talk about the fact that my family has owned property and lived in this area for over 50 years. This is true. But that's not the point of this either. I would rather state some facts that pertain exactly to the zoning request. Zoning facts. That's about what tonight is about. Nothing more, nothing less. It's about the zoning. This is to do with the law. The property in question, so I'm just going to give you guys some facts, and I'm going to run through as fast as I can, so don't waste your time. Property in question is and has always been residential. City zoning maps confirm this. This property has always been taxed and has always been paid residential. I verified this with the county. The property was purchased by Darlene Jonovich in 2016. Multiple documents show the property as residential when she actually signed for the property. If Darlene Jonovich did not realize it was residential, she absolutely did zero due diligence. There's no other way. My grandpa built this house, it was residential. So guess what? When her aunt Donnie owned it, it was residential as well. It's always been residential. There's zero way to get anything else out of it, right? It's a home in a residential neighborhood. The City of Globe has known about this for over a year now. This has gone on so far too long. You know, you'll hear things like, I believe Darlene said something about, well, nobody said anything to the city officials. This is not true. We said things, but we were trying to be good neighbors. We didn't know it was commercial. The day we found out they were told it was commercial, that's when we actually got a hold of the mayor. And that's when this finally started happening. And we actually did complain when the city had a party up there after they were notified that basically this was an illegal business. They knew about it, they still had a party there. Talk about a conflict of interest and looking one-sided. So, DJ's Casa was given a notice of violation on March 5th, 2020 for operating an event venue business in a zoning district in which it is not an allowed use. After being served a notice of violation, DJ's Casa continued to have unlawful events at this property. The letters of support for DJ's Casa that mention the swimming lessons are proof of this. These letters prove the fact that after the notice of violation being served on March 5th, DJ's Casa completely ignored the city code as well as the notice of violation and solicited swimming lessons during the summer of 2020 during a pandemic in which other local pools were closed. One of the most important facts you will hear tonight, if you remember nothing more than this is the only thing you remember from this whole night, is this property is on a private drive. It has no public access. TR and commercial zoning both require public access as per current city code. TR also has zero verbiage currently that allows for venues or events. If you look at what was drawn up, that is not current city code. It's not even, I mean, it's got similar verbiage, but it's not the same thing. Whenever you look at the map that Dana showed you earlier, guess what? The Hollis property, if you look at that, look it up right now when you go home. It does not show half the stuff Dana's talked about. I know there was things that were passed in the past, but it shows C2, right, with the PAD overlay. It doesn't show TR, it doesn't show all these other things, it shows C2. And I know they have done some things back when the Hollises were trying to, you know, sell it. And I know Dana was actually involved because I believe he was a planner at the time. So he knows that property very well, but it's got nothing to do with our property. A 55-foot portion does not constitute you being able to continue a C2 to a TR. The other thing is the current TR ordinance states a prohibited uses are commercial uses not specifically authorized. It's not authorized for venues and events. There's nothing in there. Current ordinance also states that a PAD must be 5 acres. We know hers is 1.75. So as Dana said, this thing that's drawn up for you guys to look at and vote on, it's very customly tailored to this specific property, which in turn, most people would say is called spot zoning. There is no continuation of the commercial designation as TR. I already said that. Planning and zoning has given you guys a clear path. You know, basically they unanimously voted not to move forward with this request. There's good reason for that. There's tons of problems with this. The City of Globe staff report traffic analysis says this road is not intended to serve the volume of traffic potentially generated by this event venue, which could generate up to 270 more trips per day. The gentleman earlier said there couldn't be more than 75 people. Guess what? They actually, I think there's one thing that I said that will allow 243 people. They've had parties with way more than 75, I can tell you right now. So basically, the property owner of the current easement, which is JT Morning Glory, refuses to extend the easement. Where did we get 30 foot? I haven't seen that anywhere. I've looked over a lot of files. Ours says 20 foot. Some of them may say 24. That's nowhere near the 50 foot needed, right? And so the truth is, even if somehow this miraculously got voted in, there's no way to physically do it. You don't have permission. They are opposing this, and they've basically said they will not give any more easement. So, in closing, please do not punish several longtime residents and taxpayers for the issues the city initially caused and one property owner's lack of due diligence. You know, we talked about the $300,000. That's a lot of money, but guess what? If you spend your money, there's a thing called due diligence in business. Arlene is a business person. She knows this. If I go spend a bunch of money even on my home and it's not worth it, guess what? That's on me because I didn't do my due diligence to see what my house is worth. It's the exact same thing, although the city did have a hand in it. It's not the same. We've done nothing wrong. We only expect for our neighbors to follow the law and the ordinance that are already established. We feel this zoning change would cause issues for our property value, as well as a safety hazard on a small private driveway, and would be the perfect poster child for how not to do zoning. So please vote this down and put it into this. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Next, I have Diane Holder.
I'm going to try to not repeat a lot of what my husband said, but Mayor and Council, I appreciate your time to listen to us, and I just want to start with, we built our first house out here on Holder Drive about 23 years ago, knowing that we were surrounded with vacant land, knowing that the land could eventually be developed, and knowing that the front of us is actually highway frontage, so we knew that. But it never would our minds that the city would consider changing the zoning of a property with a single-family home on it, zoned R19, on a private drive. So I'll go a little bit more into that since that map was presented tonight about the Hollis property. The access to the Hollis property, they do not use the same road that we use. We have a private drive, so that's why that continuous, we don't use the same road as that. So we can talk about sentimental value of the property by both parties, by Darlene, because it was her great aunt's house, and by us, because my husband's grandfather built the house. We can listen to a stack of letters that has come in support of DJ Casa's, but we need to remember that every one of those letters come from people who either are personal friends involved in 4-H with Darlene, either their children attended swimming lessons, or somebody who attended another event or had an event there. So we had that neighborhood meeting, so I was able to go to her house and see it, and she's done a beautiful job. I mean, there's no argument that it's not a beautiful property. It is. And I'm sure in all those letters with everybody talking about what a great hostess she is, how she makes them feel like family, and I'm sure that's all. I don't doubt that at all. And I know I had the opportunity to talk to her after the last city council meeting. We went outside and visited and met for the first time in person, and I told her, I wholeheartedly mean this. You are welcome to the neighborhood. We would love you to be our neighbor. She made it clear that she has no interest in living in the home and has never had an interest in living in the home. She bought the property with the knowledge that it was residential without ever having an intent on living on the property. So therefore, I know that she was told that it's commercial by the city, so there's a mistake right there, but there's also called due diligence, and it took my husband 10 minutes when he was told of this situation to go to the county, look it up, and see that it is commercial, that it is residential, and that she's paying residential property taxes. And so people have to take accountability for not doing due diligence and for the mistake that was made. But us property owners out there that are opposed to this have not made, we're taxpayers, and we have not broken any laws, we have not broken any rules. We just ask that you guys will look at the law, and just when you go to vote, you'll vote according to what the city zoning codes are, and that you'll uphold the law, because this is exactly the prime example of spot zoning, and we don't want to set that precedence and get that started all throughout this community. So let's find her a piece of commercial property that she can fulfill her dream, like she told me that she had a dream of spending her time so people could have parties and have their celebrations. We can help her do that by finding her commercial property. There's a shortage of houses here, and I'm sure her house will sell very quickly if she doesn't want to use it as residential. And another thing too, the safety. My daughter was almost hit head on after one of her events, after a swimming lesson. So there is a serious safety issue. And the road. Like my husband already mentioned, the road, it's not wide enough, and it's not going to, because the owner of the road has made it very clear that they oppose this and they are not willing to give a wider easement. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Daryl Gibson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Daryl Gibson. I live at 1865 Holder Drive. The property in question and mine are next to each other. We've lived out here for 27 years. That is longer than any other property owner in that area. We bought our land to build our dream home, grow our family, and eventually retire there. We have had children born while living here and die while living here. This is our home. There are 9 homes out in this area. In a previous meeting, the city has said there's not another area within Globe like it, and called it unique. All the homes out here are beautiful, have land, and are zoned residential. The home and property in question is also zoned residential. It has been ever since it was first built by Kendrick Holder in the 70s. Still residential when bought by Donnie DeVore. Also still residential when Peachy, the current owner's sister, inherited it. And also residential when the current owner, Darlene Jonovich, bought it from Peachy. What she likes to tell everyone is, but Chris Colopy said it's commercial and gave me permits. How in the world that she ever thought that it was still amazes me, and I don't believe it. County and city records show it residential. All tax records show it residential. All zoning maps show it residential. All paperwork regarding the purchase of the house shows it as being residential. It has never been anything but residential. There is no way to mistake it or think otherwise. But of course, it's all Chris and the city's fault. She takes no responsibility. This is not some homeowner who all of a sudden needed to start a business from their home. She already owns DJ's companies. This is someone who bought it specifically to make it into another business and has even told others this. And she has never lived in it. She is the newest homeowner out there, but she wants what she wants. I would like you all to picture your home. Now picture the neighbor next to you having over 209 people there. Also 40 plus vehicles parked around you. Loud music, cars driving in and out, not just a one-time thing, but all the time. This is not an exaggeration. This was actually in the rezone PAD application. So it would happen if zoning is approved and business is allowed. There are some who sent letters in or will get up and say what a good time they had at the parties or swim lessons or some other activities up there. I have no doubt that they would be telling the truth. But my family and those who live here would tell a very different story. Those writing letters or getting up front and speaking do not live out here. Darlene doesn't even live out here. 8 of the 9 residents and landowners are against this. The one that is for it said as long as it doesn't hurt her property value. But guess what? It will. They will be moving soon, and it will matter when they go to sell their house. The landowner who owns the road from the highway and over 100 acres in this area had their lawyers send a letter saying they are 100% against this being any sort of commercial business and will not allow any changes in the roadway. City council members, it may seem hard, but it really isn't. What you're being asked to do from almost all the homeowners and landowners in this area is to follow the City of Globe Planning and Zoning Board's unanimous decision and not allow the rezoning of this residential property to commercial or allow a business in any way. There are places for residences and there's places for businesses. That's why we have planning and zoning. Not property owners turning things into whatever they want and then when found out, spot zone to suit them. I am all for small business. I wouldn't mind being a business owner, but everything needs to be done the right way, like every other business owner in this city had to do. You are here to protect us from this sort of thing. We have done nothing wrong or illegal. We are not the ones who have disregarded the zoning ordinances and then lawyered up to try and cram it down everybody's throat. This is what it comes down to. You're going to allow the newest homeowner in this area to trample the property rights of all the others out there who have been there for decades. That is what this is about. Do not wait. Do not table this. This has gone on for far too long and needs to end tonight. Everything has been discussed time and time again, and delaying this serves no one. So we ask you, please follow the Globe Planning and Zoning recommendation and deny the zoning change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Darrell.
Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmembers, I apologize. Something occurred to me that I should have mentioned to you when I mentioned the recommendation. The city did receive 2 protests that we consider legal protests, and that being the Gibson's property as well as JT Morning Glory. And what a legal protest is, it's established by the statutes. It says if a certain ratio of property owners surrounding a property and own a certain area, it would force a supermajority vote of a rezone. So just to let you know, and for the record, we did receive those protests, legal protests. So legally, and by your code as well as state law, the supermajority of the council would be needed to pass this request, and that's 5 out of 7 council members. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And I have one more. I got Lalani.
Mayor Gamaros and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Once again, I'm so sorry for showing up looking like this. I have to race in from work, 12 and a half hours, and I just race in looking like something blew in. I'm so sorry. I just don't even know what to say. Like I've said before, I'm not sure why we're here, because this was illegally done. We've proven that. I sold real estate in this town for Century 21 for 6 years and know exactly what spot zoning is. I saw it immediately, and the attorney confirmed that. This is an absolute case of spot zoning, and to change everything for one person. This gentleman over here said, oh my goodness, she spent $300,000. Well, oh my goodness, what about what all the rest of us spent to be out there? When I sold real estate, I looked and looked and looked for a property to build our dream home, and we could not find it until we met Kendrick Holder. And if you knew him, you either loved him or hated him. We loved him. He was straightforward. He told us exactly how it was going to be. He was very strict about what he wanted out there and how things were going to be. And that was wonderful to us, because we thought if he holds us to this high level up here, he will hold everyone else to this high level, and we will always be in a beautiful area. And all of us neighbors have worked together, and we have kept our area beautiful. It is a place that we love to be. While everybody else was buying new cars and new boats and everything else, me and my husband were saving money. We were saving money all the time, and we got made fun of quite a bit because we had older vehicles and things like that, but that wasn't important to us. What was important to us was building our dream home and having a place to raise our children, in a place that someday we could retire and our grandchildren could come and enjoy our home. I'm sorry, this is very emotional for me. And also because I'm exhausted from working all day, and so I'm a little weepy. But it's very emotional to put everything that you have into something. And, you know, we've been out there over 27 years. And I'm just begging you to please think of the other, all of us, all of the residents that are out there that are living residential that don't want this. We didn't ask for this. Like they said, we have done nothing wrong. Why are we being punished and asked to accept something that is not legal? Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana, that's all the public requests we have.
We have a couple on Zoom as well.
And I have a call to make to Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So I believe Paul Gilbert would like to probably speak.
Okay.
That's correct, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Paul Gilbert. I represent Frank and Travis Holder. I just wanted to make a few additional comments. I think the fact that it's been unanimously recommended for denial by your planning commission says legions. The staff says, well, we recommend the following conditions if you approve this case. Well, the conditions they're recommending absolutely can't be complied with. One of the conditions is that they have to widen Holder Drive. Holder Drive is owned by another party, JT Morning Glory, and they've given you a letter that says they won't permit it to be. Next, can you imagine And this is one of the conditions, people bringing portable toilets and putting them on the yard next to you to facilitate the activities. Again, that's a condition of approval. Then they talk about noise from the event. Well, there's no way to measure the amount of decibels that emanate from a party event area like this. It's just clearly not enforceable. But the basic and major thing I submit we should focus on is rezoning deals with land use questions. The question is this a good land use? That is not the argument that is being put forth by the applicant. The applicant is saying, the reason this needs to be rezoned is because I made a mistake. Well, that is not a justification for rezoning. There have to be compelling land uses to do so. Your staff report suggests that you review it. I thought that was a capital idea, and so I did so. And basically, that's the plan that governs this area, and this area is specifically designated in that plan for rural residential, for one single family lot per acre. So changing this to TR zoning would fly in the face of the Northeast area plan. Couple of other things just very quickly. They're asking not only for the TR zoning, which they don't qualify for, but let's put that aside just momentarily. But they're also asking for a PAD overlay. Let's focus on a PAD overlay. It specifically allows for variations of uses, but there have to be compensations for the variations in uses. There has been no compensations brought forth this evening in justification for this application and as specifically required by the PAD overlay zone. If I'm moving forward because I'm running out of time here, Mayor, I'll make it brief. If there is one thing and one thing alone that provides the reason why this application is to be denied, it's contained in the paragraph of your staff on traffic analysis. It says that Holder Drive is a paved 18-foot wide private access way, okay? It can't be widened. You've already got a letter from JT Morning Glory that owns the private access way. So you're going to have 270 trips per day potentially on this property, and that's the specific finding in your staff report, on a private drive that is 18 feet wide. That's intolerable and is a danger to the residents that live along Holder Drive. It just shouldn't be permitted. Furthermore, it's a private access way. The public is not invited to use a private access way. So the public can't even use this road from a legal point of view. So the staff recommends that the road be widened. That can't be meant. It's wide and can support 270 trips a day. There have been, the applicant may be a very fine person, I'm sure she is, but the applicant talks about being fair and having spent $300,000. What about being fair to the 8 residents that live on Holder Drive that bought their properties as residential? And they will have a diminution in value with 270 trips passing in front of their house for these events on a private access way that isn't wide enough to accommodate them. Wrapping this up, let me just also point out that this application cannot comply with the provisions of the TR ordinance. I'm out of time. Some of them have been mentioned to you, but one of them is, it says, every structure containing residential, commercial, or industrial units shall have access to a public street. That's a specific enumerated requirement for the TR zone. This, as has been pointed out in many instances this evening, is not a public street, and that's a requirement of the TR zone. So from a technical point of view, they don't even qualify. Then the fact is, there is a minimum requirement of 5 acres, and so staff just says, well, we're going to waive that in this case. I'm not sure that staff has put forth the recommendation to justify, and Buttress recommending going from 5 acres to a much smaller amount of acreage on this case. So in conclusion, the TR ordinance is not only inapplicable from a zoning perspective, not only does it violate the Northeast Area Plan, but the applicant can't comply with the requirements of the ordinance. That, coupled with the fact that you are operating off of an 18-foot wide private road that will garner 270 trips per day, is just outlandish. For these reasons, the zoning application should be recognized what it is, and that is someone made a mistake, and that's the only justification for the rezoning. But in order to grant rezoning, you've got to have solid land use arguments, which in this case just plain don't exist. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council.
Thank you. I remind anybody speaking to remind you to try and keep your comments down below between 3 and 5 minutes so we can get through the hearing in a timely manner. Thank you.
I have a request from Raymond Arona.
Okay.
I'll give him a call right now.
You might tell him about the time frame also. If he's
Mr. Arona, this is
Hello?
Shelley. Yes, this is the Globe City Council.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, Ray, you have about 3 minutes to address council.
Tell me when to start.
Go ahead.
Yes, I've been watching the proceedings that have gone on. I want to thank everybody that's participated. My name is Ray Arona. I am born in Globe and have a lot of relatives that grew up there. I just want to point out that there's a lot of good issues on both sides. However, the mistake was not made by Darlene Jonovich. The mistake was made by the City of Globe. And when you do due diligence, the City of Globe should have done due diligence, not Darlene. It is Thanksgiving week. I want to say thanks to all the people that replied to the letter that I sent out for the wonderful event that was provided to our class when we were there. I will state that the drive-in theater that is there and zoned C1 was there prior to a lot of people building their homes and was approved by the city, and the people knew that that was there, and it would seem to me be more intrusive than what DJ's is doing. I think a lot of hullabaloo is being made out of this, but I'm not one of the 9 that are there. I see the possibility of there is a saying that nothing is as constant as change, and that's what's happened to have growth in the communities. I've been involved with a lot of the growth that I would like to see Globe and Miami take. And a lot of that's going to require a lot of change and a lot of wisdom. And so I just want to say thank you to to the council for listening to both sides. But the mistake was not made by Darlene. The due diligence should have been done by the city of Globe. But it has been, and I don't believe that spot zoning is a big deal because it's adjacent to a larger C1 community, and I would ask that there be wisdom. And today, my wife and I read a daily devotional, and wisdom is something that we pray for, and I'm going to read, as you guys think about the decision you're going to make, is Proverbs 24:3-1. It says, through wisdom a house is built. By knowledge the rooms are filled. You may be one who lives your life pursuing fame and fortune depending on the applause of others. Bad plan. To begin with, fortune has shallow rules. The winds of adversity can quickly blow it all away. Fame is as fickle as the last response from the crowd. Learn a dual lesson. When you are praised and applauded, don't pay attention. When you're rejected and abused, don't quit. So I asked the council to use the future. That is a corridor, a business corridor. Eminent domain existed in a lot of the places that we now travel in Phoenix for the betterment of the community. And although the 9 people feel that way, as I probably would be in there, the future of the community depends on a planning and zoning that will plan that corridor that is along a major thoroughfare where businesses should be adapted and approved. So I think there'll be a lot more people to approve this. And in talking with former Mayor David Francaro, he believes that a provisional zoning should be approved based on the limitation of use. And I think you can see what would happen within a year or so. Anyways, I thank you for allowing me to come forward, and I thank the entire council for all your service to the community. And as we get into this thankful part of the year, I hope you're all safe with this COVID. So thank you very much for hearing my views.
Thank you, Ray. Do you have anybody else on? I have one more speak card, and I have Vanessa Mitchell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vanessa Mitchell. I am the niece of Darlene Jonovich. I would like to point out one thing, that my Aunt Darlene has been family-oriented, even as a child herself. This is how we were raised. When turning the Casa into what it is now, the intentions were to bring family closer and have places to go to enjoy your family events, to go and make traditional tamales for the season as a family together, enjoying your time together. I will like to back the recent gentleman that just said that these mistakes were not made by my Aunt Darlene. They were made by the city. And it wasn't, it was a continuous thing as the project continued on. I stayed informed with it through my mother, which is her sister, Holly Brantley, and I also gave some advice on kitchen and things of that nature. And she followed every single code that was told to her, given to her, and she pulled through. Every event that has happened at the Casa was because it was meant to bring family together. There were not enough venues in this town that were affordable or big enough or comfortable to feel like a homely gathering. My Aunt Darlene has done numerous things for this community, and she's done it with the kindness of her heart. In a drop of a second, she will be there for you without you even asking. She has helped funeral services, families in need, and always pulls through with the kindness of her heart. When my Uncle Danny was around, they were one heck of a team that constantly did wonderful things for this community and many, many more outside of the community. But I will second the zoning. The mistakes were made by the city. They were not by my Aunt Darlene. And her intentions are not to make a big amount of money from this or anything. The intentions of building the Casa was for the community, for the people that she loved in this town, for the people that she adored, that she supports. And I fully support her on this. And it's like she said, within reason, she will do whatever she has to do to make this comfortable for everyone. And she has worked hard on this. And I want to let you know that I believe that this is a wonderful thing for this community. And it has been. It has been. So I would like to thank you for your time and listening to me. I believe that she is one amazing woman. And she has done many amazing things for many, many families and friends. And I thank you for your time. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think we have one more person. Candace wants to speak.
We have another.
And she's on Zoom. Danny, do you want to bring up Candace?
My name is Candace Putzig. I'm actually Dan Darlene Jonovich's daughter. And I just wanted to thank you so much for giving me the quick opportunity to talk. I won't take most of your time. You've already heard many different things. But ultimately, my mom bought this as, I don't know if you guys can see me. I apologize. My mom had the intentions of buying this particular place because it was family. It was from my Aunt Donnie. She wanted to keep it in family. She bought and purchased this home, and she had the view that when my dad passed away, she had nothing. All of us kids are out. Her grandkids are out of Globe. She didn't have much of anything other than wanting to get back to the community, because to my mom, if she can feed the whole entire city of Globe, she would possibly try to do that. And my mom has every good intention to have made this place for a welcoming. She made it DJ's Casa under the intention of she wanted it to be a home. She wanted DJ's Casa, my home is your home. And so that was the whole idea of this. She went through every step. I don't have the specific dates, but I want to make sure that everyone is clear, spectator-wise especially, that as you hear this, my mom did do her due diligence in addressing when things were needed to be done. When she bought the house, she had paid a certain amount for the home. Then she had to get certificates for zoning. Then she had to go forth with the fire department and what's commercial and what needs to be done and yada yada. She's followed all these guidelines and followed the dates that she needed to in the time order. Now, I want to make it clear to everyone who's listening to this that she wouldn't have paid over $300,000 in revamping and commercializing and making this home so unique into a commercial event had she not have had the license granted from the city of Globe. And so I just want to make sure that's clear. She paid an additional $300,000 in remodeling to do something that she can give forward to the family. Now, as far as like swim lessons and things like that, she donated it. It was out of the goodness of her heart. In the middle of COVID, there are still swimming pools in the back of people's homes. There's still a risk of drowning. All those kids didn't have a chance for places of being taught swim lessons. And I thought that's something amazing that she gave forth. She's not making bank off of this place. She has no intentions of trying to cause confrontation. Again, she's trying to share her home, which she made it her home out of love to share with others. And so, you know, I just want to make that clear. She did do her due diligence in the sense that she followed all the guidelines and went through all the licensure that she needed in the proper time before she decided, okay, let's go ahead and go forth. Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak. I really appreciate it. And I hope everyone has a blessed and safe Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
that it?
I think so.
So Mayor, now if there's nobody further to speak, you just hit your gavel and close the public hearing. And
Public hearing is closed.
very good. Move on with your discussion.
Open it up for discussion for council.
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
So I went to see this property. It's I had been there before at the Holy Angels thing, but it wasn't done. So I went there recently. It's absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful property and it's extremely well done, as both sides have stated. I commend you, Darlene, for not just for your building efforts, but for your ceaseless dedication to this community, and the many donations that you do. I personally believe you're a good person with good intentions, and your character is not in any question to myself. I do have to say that I feel as electeds, though, we have the obligation to follow the zoning code and to ensure the safety of all that travel, even a private road in our community. This is a terrible position for both sides to be in. And I don't think either side wants harm to the others. And it's a bad position for us up here to be in as well. That's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all parties involved for coming today and for the past year now. I want to let you all know you've been heard, you've been listened to. And I think all parties involved mean well in what they do. I think that they all have good intentions. Darlene, I don't think that you bought that home with ill intentions. I don't think that you were wrong in what you were doing. And it's stated here from all of the people. I donating the Casa to the community, as you've expressed previously, that, those are amazing things, and I see that it adds value to the city of Globe. But unfortunately, I mean, it's where these people reside. It's where they live, and as it's been expressed, is we have a planning and zoning board that we've asked to donate their time and appointed them to that board. When we appointed them to that board, we then said, please interpret our codes and please come back to us with a recommendation. And to not heed their advice, I think would be ill on my part. I think that we have our due diligence to do, and I think that with council, like it was expressed before, is we have to ensure that everybody is safe. Everybody, including on that road or turning in, to the residents that live there, have the opportunity to live peaceful and without any distractions. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Any other comments? Freddie?
Mayor? Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to commend and thank Councilman Leatham for all the work that he's tried to work with both sides initially, over a year now, or right about, and for that, for your work, you're to be commended. So thank you for your efforts in this, because it is in your district. I appreciate all the comments that have been made, letters, emails. It's obviously this has become a very polarized situation with both camps, for and against and for, however, whatever side you want to lay stake to. I've known the Jonovich family since I came here, since my job brought me here. And I fully recognize the contribution that the Jonovich family has brought to this community and this region, the entire Jonovich family. I knew DJ. I worked with DJ. And these are very emotional times because of the efforts of the Janovich family to bring something to the public, something to the community, something that we can all use. I can't believe that, you know, this was intended for a huge money-making event. I really believe that Darlene wholeheartedly has good intentions for this community. And I think we can't lose sight of that. Regardless of what comes out of this, we cannot lose sight of the contribution that the Janovich family has given this region and continues to. You know, there was a lot of pros and cons, a lot of emotion, as I said, and a lot of heartfelt feelings about their side. I'm disappointed that during this whole process, we could not come to some sort of common ground. It's unfortunate. And mistakes were made, granted. Mistakes were made. Nobody's disputing that. And there's accountability for mistakes like that. And so those accountabilities will probably unfold as time goes on. But there are some things that we as a council must consider. And we have a planning and zoning commission that has done their due diligence in looking up the city code to see how it meets or how this application is reviewed and considered. And we got their recommendation. This council received that. There were some points that were brought out about, okay, say we do the zoning, but now we have an access road situation that does not allow for vehicular traffic in X amount or the size of the road. We have ownerships that will not grant that at this time. And so it's not just about the zoning of the property. It's about the access and the safety and all those considerations to make it a viable road for a venture such as DJ's Casas. One thing that wasn't talked about that I am thinking about is if, say, all the stars lined up and we had this zoning, we got the access road, what is that going to do to the highway? Now we have to modify the highway. And how is that going to be constructed? How, you know, now we're getting ADOT involved. And who's going to shoulder that? Because there will be a cost. So there's a lot of things that have to be considered here. We made a mistake. The city made a mistake. But the legalities are still there. The rules still apply. The zoning code is still there to be enforced. And we as a council are going to have to make hard decisions to see how we're going to get through this process and whatever fallout there might be. So, unfortunately, I personally, as my personal feelings with the Janovich family is at the utmost. And all of you can speak from the heart. But up here, we have to speak from the mind. And it's pulling at me, it's tugging at my heartstrings. But my decision has to be based on the facts, the legalities, and making sure that however we correct this situation, it's corrected legally. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie. Fernando, any comments?
Yes, Mayor. I'm not a rich guy. I'm not the smartest guy. I'm not powerful, but one thing that really matters to me is my word. And so when I give you a promise or give you my word, I do everything in my power to keep it. And originally this was really easy for me because I felt like the city gave their word and we needed to honor that. But the more I learned and the more I talked to people, that it's not that simple. And I feel like we were put in a no-win situation. We have good people that are doing good things that, either we have to stop them from doing that or we affect residents in a way that isn't fair to them either. And so it's not an easy decision. And I just want you to know that. I wish I had a magic wand and I could fix this, but I can't. And so all we can do is make the best decision for the entire city going forward. So just want you to know that. Thank you.
Mike, you got anything?
I'll wait till
That? Mike, you have anything?
I do. Excuse me. All I have to say is what everybody else has said. It's sad that we had to come to this point. It'd be nice if we could all get along and you could do your thing with your permission and everything else. But unfortunately, that's not where we're at. My main concern is, again, public safety, like Freddie said. That road cannot be widened. And then to top it off with your comment about the US 60, that's a whole nother can of worms. So I don't see any possible way of doing this. I wish we could just, like Fernando said, wave a magic wand or whatever, and replace where you're at now and put it somewhere downtown or whatever, relocate. I'm a commercial business owner as well, and it's unfortunate that's just the rules of the game. So I too am going to have to go ahead and oppose this as well. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Mike?
Mr. Mayor and council and folks in the audience, we all know each other. We've all grown up in this community. I mean, the Johnoviches are a very well-known family. The Holders are well-known historical family. Leilani and your husband, I've just gotten to know you during this last year that I've been on council. And I would give anything for this to work out. I really would. I had never been up there until we met with Darlene recently, and she took us up there. And it's a really nice place. It's a beautiful place, And it's just hard for me to if I could abstain, I would abstain, but that's not the way to do this. I have to agree with what planning and zoning came with the decision. I'm concerned about if we take and rezone R19, if we set a precedent for all the rest of the R19 properties in this community, and then what that's going to do to this community. I wish you guys could work something out, but at this stage of the game, I'm going to have to go with the planning and zoning's recommendation. And it hurts me to do that because I know your family very well. And I mean, I enjoyed going up there and seeing your your property, and you've been explaining to me, I believe everything you told me. I don't think you have massive parties. I don't think your intent was ever to hurt the neighborhood, but, you know, the zoning is what it is, and I would just be afraid to change it and jeopardize the rest of the community. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mike. So my comments are, first of all, I want to thank all the presenters, speakers that spoke here today. Also, all the letters that came in. I was amazed on both sides that they came in. And we did read them, and they'll go, you know, just because we didn't read them out loud doesn't mean we didn't look at them. And they will be submitted to the records. Also, I want to thank our Planning and Zoning Committee. These individuals volunteered their time. They did their homework. I watched the Planning and Zoning hearing when it took place, and they asked some very, very good questions. They were well informed, and I really appreciate the work they did. They had a tough decision to make also. I know this has been a long process. I think the first time I heard about it was when Lalani called me and gave me a tour. I knew of the area, but not really familiar with it, and she kind of gave me the tour, hour-and-a-half tour, 2-hour tour, whatever it was, and I understood what was going on there. So knowing that this was not, we are broken up into districts, that's when I got a hold of Jesse. This is his district, and he took the lead on it, and I appreciate that very much for doing that also. So I talked to not only Lalani, but the Travises, and I also had the opportunity to talk to Darlene and your group there, and I appreciate that. Again, this has been a long process. I mean, we've gone through developing a board of adjustments. The appeal has been made there. We talked about the text amendment and in the R19 that we had for options there. We talked about a conditional use permit, and then through the planning and zoning process. So it has been a long process, and I know that all of you have taken the burden of this, along with us too, is trying to get to this point. You know, it's time that we basically take responsibility for what's gone on. Coming with a fire background, my concern is public safety. My concern is the highway. That turn lane is a passing lane coming down south, and if you have a long line of people turning into that roadway, it very well opens the opportunity for a head-on collision and possibly somebody dying. The road access, which is not a public road, is not even acceptable for fire code. The width of it, 18 feet wide, that's not acceptable. That should not have been allowed in the beginning. And who's going to maintain it? If you have that much traffic in there, how is that road going to be maintained? So, you know, making my decision, I have to think of not only now, the time now, the owner, Darlene, I know your intentions, and I think we need that venue in our community. But what if 10 years down the road you sell it, and now we have somebody else come in here that does a 7-day event, 7 days, 365 days a week? What do we do to the residents, the community there? And then that was a good question, Darryl. Would you want that in your neighborhood? And I look at my neighborhood, and so these are the decisions we need to make. If we do open it up, I think Stacy made that comment that, do we open it up for other areas in our city, in R1 zones? And that's a possibility. So that's what we need to take into consideration. Obviously, you guys do have commercial property towards the highway and the Hollis property, and there's not. We hope, and someday there'll be development there, and I know you understand that. But this is tough, as everybody said here. This is a tough decision for all of us, but you know, it's time that responsibility takes place, and so. I thank you all for going through this process, and we got to do what's right.
Mayor, Council, is there a motion?
Good.
I would just like to add one last thing. I mean, if it's not too late, is there any room for, on both camps, is there any room for common ground? You know, Mr. Dana did explain to us that that area is also zoned for potential growth. And so, you know, whether it's next year or 10 years, some of the argument could be, we don't want this, but it's a master plan that you're going to have potential growth there. So, and I know that the one camp understands that. It's been recognized. It's unfortunate that we can't find common ground, but we are where we are today, so. Sorry, I'll have to find my place on the agenda.
Bottom of the front.
We need a motion. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we accept the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations to deny the zoning request.
I'll
Second.
oh,
We have a motion and a second for accepting the recommendation, I'm sorry, for the planning and zoning to deny the request for rezone. Is that the, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Do we have any further discussion? Shelley, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Do a roll call vote when your name
Yeah,
is called.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second, so all those in favor say yes, and opposed, no, so.
Yes. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Yes.
District 2, Councilman Pastor.
yes.
District 3, Councilman Leatham.
Yes.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Yes.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
Yes.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Yes.
Mayor Gameros.
Yes.
The count is 7-0, Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, just wanted to clarify to those at home, the council voted yes to deny the motion
For rezoning.
for
deny.
rezoning.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, thank you very much.
We taking a break?
Mr. Mayor, do you want to take a 10-minute recess? Yeah.
You guys want a 10-minute recess?
Well, we gotta shift rooms.
Yeah.
But go ahead, I just had mine.
Yeah, take a 10-minute recess.
It's a race to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Hurry up, man. Hurry up. Come on. I'm the oldest.
Ray. You got me running, got me running. Shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Raise your hands up. Raise them up.
going to go to summary of current events. We'll go to council first, and we'll start with Mike down there.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just hunkered down. The numbers are going up, and I just would encourage everybody to be safe out there. Wear your masks if you would, please, because I'm in the high-risk group, and so I'm not getting out there as much. But be safe, and have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Fernando?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
You're really low volume.
I'm good. Thank you.
Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out, I've recently been brought to my attention that some of the conversations I may or may not be having with staff, some of my words are being misconstrued, and I want to make it public, and that way everybody knows that I'm in no way or do intend any way to give direction on how staff should do their job or otherwise. I think that's left up to the manager, the city manager, and I respect the council form of management that we have. And so I just want to make sure that's public, that is out there, that I'm in no way. So if that misconstrued conception is out there, or perception rather, I'd just like to clarify that and say that I'm sorry if that's how they felt. With that, I'd also like to thank all these business owners and managers here in the audience coming today. It's great to see you guys out. And with that, just have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jesse. Charlene?
There's going to be free COVID testing at Canyonlands, which is in the hospital, for the next 3 Thursdays, December 3rd, December 10th, December 17th. All 3 weeks are all going to be on Thursday, and it's all going to be from 1 to 5 p.m. and it's at no cost. So good thing to do if you're wondering. Also on Saturday, December 4th, the downtown is going to have another function pretty similar to what went on a few Friday nights ago, but this is going to be on December the 4th. There'll be a book signing at various different businesses. So correct me if I'm wrong. What I think is there's going to be one at Turn the Page, the Pretty Kind Boutique, the Naughty Fox, and the Splash of Copper. If I've left anybody out. Bouquets on Broad, 5. Okay, so that's great. That'll bring some traffic to our downtown. And that event on the 13th was awesome. There were people all over in the restaurants, in the shops, on the sidewalk. It was very nice. It was very nice. I was kind of counting heads as we were moving around, and I was amazed at how many people were out and about. And then lastly, I'd just like to mention there's as again, here we are in COVID and so many events we can't have. So there is going to be a silent auction that's a benefit for the Humane Society. And each of the downtown businesses have an item they've donated. And you simply go into the business, sign up, whatever, like any other silent auction, but it's going to go on for till the 18th of December. So everybody go to the businesses and sign up. That's all I have.
Thank you. Freddie?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just would like to wish everybody a happy and safe Thanksgiving. Hopefully COVID free. As Mayor mentioned, everybody's been mentioning, it's the positivity rates are climbing and rising, so we all have to do our part again. I personally had a little bit of a scare through my work where I found out that I was possibly exposed when I didn't know about it, but thankfully I was able to take a test and it came back negative, so I'm happy about that, but that's how vulnerable we all are. So anyway, be safe and happy Thanksgiving. I also like to congratulate John Wong and his new business, Bravo Americano something like that. Yeah. So I've passed by a few times wanting to stop, but it was so full I couldn't. But it was kind of nice to see. Someday I will get there. But anyway, congratulations to John Wong and his new business. I do have a letter that I want to read from a constituent of mine, not only a constituent, but a very close buddy, friend, and a neighbor where I live. This is dated November 16th, 2020, to whom it may concern. Last week, I went through a terrifying night that I could never have imagined would happen to me. Fortunately, the outcome was far less severe than what could have happened, and for that, I would like to take the time to express my deepest gratitude for the level of professionalism displayed by the City of Globe police officers on the night of Tuesday, November 10th. Through my work at the fire department, I always value what it means to people, how we carry ourselves, and level of professionalism given to the average citizen. Last week, I learned firsthand that someone goes through what someone goes through when their very safety is violated, and the frightening moments that ensue during that process. Thank you to the City of Globe police officers for your professionalism and conduct to me and my family. The bravery by the officers in their pursuit of a very dangerous individual who put many in harm was admirable and gave me a newfound appreciation and respect for what officers go through protecting people like me and my family on a daily basis. We are beyond blessed to have these brave officers work in our city, despite the risks involved. Once again, thank you for always being on the front line of danger and keeping our community safe. With sincere gratitude, Daniel Bollinger. Let me give you a little bit of a backstory to what happened. And I spoke in detail with we call him DJ, but Daniel Bollinger, who is works for the fire department. He was on a hunting trip, and on his way back from a hunting trip, at a turnout of a highway, there was a gentleman trying to flag him down, and DJ didn't stop for him because he just felt like it didn't feel right. He did slow down because it was a turnout, and he thought nothing of it and continued his way home. Well, he stopped in a community at a Circle K on his way home. He said he felt his truck move a little bit, but didn't think anything. He thought maybe it was the wind, plus all the cargo he was carrying from a hunting trip and a trailer. So after the stop at the Circle K, he made another final destination to his house. And as he was undocking his trailer, keep in mind his truck, the bed has like a tonneau cover. So as he was taking all the goods out of his trailer and his truck, tailgate had it open, he looked and he thought he saw somebody in the back of his truck. And thought again, and then realized that there was a person in his truck. And this person, DJ thought had a weapon. So immediately called 911 or the police department. During the process, the individual came out, DJ confronted him. At the time, he had left his truck running when he was moving all of his equipment. Well, the guy in haste jumped in the truck and took off. So luckily, there was no confrontational things that happened that could have happened. And an ensuing chase went on with the Globe Police Department. Ultimately, this guy got to, I believe they caught him in Fort McDowell. And they caught him because DJ's daughter figured out how to lock the doors. Well, the guy eventually got out. I guess he was trying to get gas, and the doors got locked on him, so he couldn't get back in the truck. And they caught him. Turned out this guy was a convicted felon on the run from, I believe, Tennessee. So that's the backstory to DJ's gratitude to the police department, and I share that. I saw a police officer earlier, but I want to make sure that our police department is recognized for this. They go through this day in and day out. We don't even know it. But in this case, this happened right down the street from my house. So, thank you to Chief Walters and the entire force. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie. Mike?
Yeah, I just have a few things. First of all, I know we're discussing the CARES Act this evening. I also want to invite, I'm assuming everybody in the audience and then some. Charlene and I are having an open town hall forum on Tuesday, December 1st at 6 p.m. And I encourage all of you to attend that as well. So all we want to do is hear what you have to say, and we want to clear up any negativity that's going around, so everybody can educate themselves on what everything is. Like I said, Shirley and I will be hosting it. Paul will be there for questioning, and I encourage other council to be there as well, so we can clean up the air. You know, we've all had a very tough, what are we at, 8 months?
Almost a year, yeah.
8, 9 months?
Yeah.
And everybody's frustrated. I'm frustrated. I know all you guys are business owners as well. Some of you have not been open. I talked to Bobby Hollis, and he's been closed for months, losing money, and it's costing him a fortune, like everybody else. And I know there's businesses that had to close, unfortunately. Again, I just want to get everything out in the open, so that's why we teamed up to get this out in the open, so we can at least have communication, as long as it's positive communication. I don't want to have any arguing going on. That's not what we're here for. We're here to listen and give feedback. So that's what I have to say. And again, amongst all this, happy Thanksgiving.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mike.
I forgot one.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you. I did forget to mention that at Pretty Kind Boutique this Saturday, they're going to be having 9 local vendors there from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. So if you're out and about, try to stop in there.
That's this Saturday?
This Saturday, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m.
And I'm sorry, what, it's other vendors other than yourselves?
Yeah.
Local vendors who are people who don't necessarily have a small business storefront, but they make and sell things, and it could potentially lead to them, you know, once they have their stuff out in our community, maybe they will become a local business.
Cool.
And like little pop-up shops, if you will.
Thank you. I got a few things. Again, I'm a numbers guy, and I don't know if we know what our numbers are now in our community. We know statewide cases are going out of the roof. We're back to where we were back in March, April. We're heading in that direction. Hospitals are filling up in the valley. Today, or this month, November, we have 258 cases in Globe, Miami, positive cases. Yesterday, we had 88 cases. 58 of those are from the prison. There's an outbreak in our prison system here. Today, our numbers are 81, and this is Globe, Miami only. Only Globe, Miami, it's 81. 72 are from the prison. So we're still having a large amount. If you take away the 70, or take the amounts that are away, we still have 39 positive in 2 days here in Globe, Miami. So I just encourage you, wear your mask. That's all we have that at least a science tells us that helps. We have guidelines that we follow. The executive order that governs, remember, our bars, our restaurants, our gyms. So make sure that we're complying with what they say, so we can get through this, so we don't shut our economy down again. That would be detrimental to all of us. We want to be able to get through this. If we can balance it out some way and control it. We have Thanksgiving coming up, and they're predicting we're going to get a huge rise. It's going to affect Christmas and in the future. So just be cautious out there. And again, I want to wish everybody also a blessed Thanksgiving. Paul, that's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, couple things. I know, tagging along, just so everybody knows, that we may have the discussion about, later in the agenda, about going back to virtual meetings for city council. So just so everybody knows, we'll be on the watch for that. I did have really good news. Just recently, staff met with the representatives of Farley's, and if everything goes well with the paperwork with the state, and we're looking at having the first extension of premises implemented there the weekend of the 5th and the 6th. And that'll allow Farley's to expand their capacity and be safer and do better. So we're on track for that, and everything looks like a go. But still, it's tentative until we can get all the details worked out. So that's really exciting. I know that coming up tonight, we have our discussion about moving the money for AZ Cares. And maybe reallocating some money there. I know there are some people, I wanted to explain that staff is going to come forward and ask to move a certain amount of money. Staff is also going to say that we need to probably move more once we get a handle on the need. And so I think to those who are listening and in the audience and possibly call to the public, this is not the end-all be-all of the assignment of money for business support. I think tonight you'll find that staff is asking for a starting point, and then we got to determine the need, and then we got to finish off that. So it's not all or nothing tonight. And so I know there's been some requests that we've seen to table tonight so we can have more feedback. We will still be able to have the meeting on December 1st, get the feedback, and staff will be recommending that we come back and do a final transfer to make sure we get this right. There's a lot of details, and we'll talk about it. And I do believe, Mayor, you're going to move 7C up to after the community call to the public.
We got a lot of people here that it would be only fair to them to move it up.
Right, but again, this is not just, I know agendas are confusing. This is a move, but it's not the last chance we have to move, and staff will be recommending that we come back and relook at this once we do the process. So and again, another plug for, I know the Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Giles are doing the December 1st Town Hall, 6 o'clock here at City Chambers, and please bring your masks because we're going to be very careful as you all have been. We'll be very careful on the social distancing and precautions for COVID. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to our first community call to the public, and you have some call-ins? Okay. Is this a call to the public? Yes. Okay. And remember, this is a time where anybody wishing to speak, and we do have the cards, or online, can speak directly to the council. We cannot respond to you during this time, and we limit the comments to 3 minutes. So I have a card for Stacy Murray.
I'm actually in proxy for Annie Villalobos. She asked me to speak for her. She says, "Good evening, council members. It was recently brought to my attention that the City of Globe received funding from the CARES Act. I reviewed the breakdown of where the funding is set to be spent. After going over the list of intended sources of funding, the total amount received was $842,227, of which only $15,000 was initially projected to be used to reopen Globe. I understand that amount is now possibly being increased up to $50,000. From my understanding, this amount would be small non-essential businesses who were closed negatively impacted due to COVID-19. As a business owner myself, I feel this amount is absurd and insulting in comparison to the amount the city was granted. Small businesses are what keeps our small town going. Some businesses are facing permanent closure in the near future, and without these businesses, our community would be heavily impacted. When you read what the CARES Act states, hardly of any of it of your proposed allocations are relevant to COVID-19. I'm very concerned about the intended amount being available to small businesses. It is my hopes that there will be more funding available. Annie Villalobos.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other ones?
Yes, I have a request from Tony Deanda.
Okay.
Hello.
Tony, this is a City of Globe.
Hi, Sally, thank you.
Okay, you're before council.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council, city staff members, community members. My name is Tony Deanna Solberg, and I live on Sanders Drive. I had drafted a letter prior to this meeting, and having heard your comments before the public hearing, and now Councilman Leatham and Vice Mayor Stapleton's comments, I believe that my concerns are validated. As a citizen, I have concerns over the morale and demeanor within the community. As council, you set the tone of the city, and as it appears to be a courtesy of your YouTube channel, we are falling apart, and in my opinion, council, some of you are to blame. I truly believe that the city can and will be a great place to work and live. When I participated in the exit interview process with the city nearly 3 years ago, I had but one question: am I rehireable? I told Mr. Colby someday there will be a new council and management, and I would like to work here again. Despite his best efforts to further the conversation and address issues within the city at that time, I felt I was a disposable employee, an environment that a few of you directly had your hand in at the time. It's been deja vu watching council the last few weeks. Employees are being treated terribly by not only you, but now the public. If an employee says no to the wrong business owner, community member, or even council member, they should probably dust off that resume because they're going to need it. Your lack of governance and performance and role as city council members is catching up, and the citizens are going to foot the bill. Instead of celebrating a new business coming to town, we have a zoning dispute that has literally divided the community. You publicly chastised an employee at the last council meeting, and you should be ashamed of that. Employees are in the crosshairs left and right, not only from the community, but you as well. The lack of local policy and lawmaking from council and continuous interjections where you have misaligned your role as a council member, as city manager, or keeper of the city has become a significant problem in this community. The conversations occurred less than 6 months ago about employee retention and probation. You voted on an HR policy, yet failed to implement other basic HR practices to prevent turnover. How can you hold employees accountable for their jobs when they are not properly trained? Who wants to work for an establishment that does not invest in their community? Who wants to live in a town, let alone own a business where people don't want to work for the city? When was the last time you actually looked at the city code? Parts of the code reference 94 Uniform Housing Code, 2003 Building Code, and I can keep going, but I think you get my point. How council has missed codes needing to be updated is ridiculous. That's on council, not on employees. The employees are the ones dealing with the public daily, hustling for new business and infrastructures, upgrading things, working for public safety. Everybody wants more businesses in town and economic growth, but in order to have that, everybody has to do their part, and it cannot be the responsibility of the city employees to make small businesses success. And the bottom line, more than ever, the citizens need leaders in this community with a growth mindset. So please stop entertaining the peanut gallery. Start focusing on what's happening in the city, celebrating our successes, and the rest of it's going to come naturally. Thank you for your time. Tony Deanda.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, would you like me to follow up with Tony for feedback?
Follow up,
Yeah.
as to some of the comments. I don't know what you.
Yeah, no, let me get some clarifications and I can send them out and so we can have that for a conversation in the future.
Thank you. Okay. So I asked the council if we have any more calls?
Not for community call.
If we can move up item 7C, so because we have a lot of people here in calls of public that want to address 7C. Are we good with that? Okay. So I will go to item 7C. Item 7C is consideration and a possible approval of the City of Globe Business Relief Grant Program to provide relief funding to local businesses negatively affected by COVID-19 of up to $50,000 in general funds freed up by the acceptance of Arizona CARES funding to be transferred from various non-public safety general fund CIP accounts and to direct staff to contract with local First Arizona Foundation to administer the program. And we're going to have online, we'll have various people, Linda and Jeannie, and we have our attorney online, and Paul will be explaining some of the stuff. I do want to read a statement before we get started with this also, and just a brief summary. Personal attacks on staff will not be permitted during this public comment or community call to the public. This statement is supported by City Code Section 2-4-A, Order of Business, and the City Ethics Code, Item P. These comment periods are to express concerns or statements regarding community or agenda items. Electronic comments received via email, either at council@globeaz.gov or text at 928-200-0154 that contain personal attacks on staff will be reviewed and, if necessary, returned, requesting that any personal attacks be removed and can be resubmitted to be read into the meeting. Thank you for your cooperation to preserve a professional order during the City Council meeting. And again, we're going to be talking about the CARES Acts, and just a brief history of what I've done. I've only had the opportunity to talk to about 8 businesses so far in this past week, and not only a couple of businesses downtown, but a couple of businesses out of the downtown area, because we forget about the out of the downtown area, and they're just as vital as the downtown area. I think we need to have a clear understanding of what the Arizona CARES Act, because the people I asked really don't understand what it was, where it came from, what existed. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think hopefully tonight we can bring it all together and we can understand really, truly what the Arizona CARES Act, what we legally can do, and how we will distribute the money for the future. So I'll turn it over to Linda's going to be first, or Paul?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and so we're going to start with a little background, and so I'm going to go through that. Actually, and we had put this in the agenda tonight, a frequently asked question for AZ CARES funding. I think it's going to help clarify some of the questions, and it kind of harkens back to what we did 2 weeks ago, and then we do go back to the passing of the budget. What are CARE funds? In March 27th, 2020, the federal government passed the CARES Act, okay, and that's $2.2 trillion for economic stimulus funds. 3 cities, actually, and 2 counties were distributed CARES monies. This is federal CARES money. That's Phoenix, Tucson, and Mesa were the cities, okay, and no other municipalities, city or town, received any money. And so they operated under the federal guidelines as to how to utilize and distribute that. A lot of times, if you go to the Treasury website, you can find information about some of the requirements on there. Then we have the AZ CARES funds. The state of Arizona got control of $1.86 billion in federal CARES money that the state used in various ways. One of those ways, and 30 days later, in May of 2020, May 27th, they announced the allocation of $441 million to go to Arizona and cities and towns that did not get federal CARES money. And so we were one of those remaining cities that got Arizona CARES funds to be used in support of city, and was distributed for the primary, well, not the primary, the primary method that we accepted that money was for reimbursement of public safety regular time salaries. And that was a mechanism they put together. Things were happening fast. They'd already gotten the CARES funds were being supplied to businesses. We received these funds, and we're happy to get those. And so this would have been May 27th. Okay. We have to follow the guidelines that the state put down. And we were on a couple conference calls with people from the governor, the league, and trying to figure out exactly how that was going to happen. One of the key moments in that was a comment, and I can't remember if it's from the league or from somebody in the governor's office. Apply and apply soon, because we'd already seen some of the other monies had dried up and may or may not gotten refunded. So finance department jumped on that. And so we did apply, and we did receive $843,484. We received that in the 2019-2020 budget. And heads up to Jeannie, I may ask her a question here in a second here. And so, Danny, is Jeannie on the Zoom yet? Okay. The money that we collected, the Arizona CARES funds we received went to pay City of Globe public safety salaries. And what that did, though, is that freed up monies that had originally been allocated for salaries that we could use for other things. This happened in the before we passed the final budget, so we had to quick reshuffle our budget, and so we allocated those monies given the fact that they were meant for reimbursing public safety. We came back in our CIP, we allocated them to not reimburse, but to support public safety, since those were the prior meaning to that. We did have we knew that there were discussions going on about, is it possible to distribute these to business? And we hit a lot of walls on the gift clause. And the gift clause is you can't take general fund dollars collected from the taxpayers and give them to private individuals. It is considered a gift. It has to have a return, a direct measurable return on investment. If we give it to a tire salesperson, we get tires back, that's fine. If we give it to a tire salesman to support their business, that is the suffering that they're going through, that is considered a gift. There are ways around it. We'll talk more about that. But at that time, it was very skeptical, and there are a lot of attorneys talking and a lot of fears of the Goldwater Institute that we're going to start suing if we started doing that type of gifting. We put together the budget within by July 14th. I think we drafted the CIP plan, put the money into the money freed up by Arizona CARES funds into the budget, allocated it to public safety and public health. Primarily the money went to public safety, but there's monies that we put $5,000 here and there for improvements in PP&E and plexiglass and things like that. Let's see here, see if I can stay on track here. And so, and at that time, other than a conversation we had internally that was a very quick conversation, I don't remember any other conversations about allocating that money to businesses for business support. I think because it was just new, edgy, and felt it was a bridge too far. And I do talk about the gift clause. Fast forward to today. I think we've seen many other cities that have tackled the gift clause, have found ways to pass the money out. Local First has developed a process of doing that, and we're going to talk about that process that allows us to do this. But others had led the charge and have found ways, and they've been left alone. Bill's going to be kicking me at some point here, but they have not been. No one has come to any of the other cities and accused them of any wrongdoing, because I think that some of the protections we put in and some of the we need to focus on employment. The state law says that we can use economic development stimulus money if we can save jobs. If we can support a business that closes, we lose jobs, we lose employment. A business has to lay off, we lose jobs. A business that has to less hours, we lose jobs. And so in that respect, that's what we're surrounding our plan that we're going to present tonight on how we can take and reallocate some of our funds that were allocated to, funds that were freed up by the acceptance of the Arizona CARES money. And so we're looking to we have a process and we're happy to do that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on my, and then we will have the event on December 1st to do that. Jeannie, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And I just had a quick question. This had come up earlier. When we accepted that money, the actual Arizona CARES funds, we used that on salaries for public safety for salaries that happened in the 1920 budget, or did any of that money actually get spent on salaries in 2021?
That money, we received that money June 26th, so it was all absorbed into the salary costs in the 2019-2020 budget. It freed up $843,000, which we budgeted, created a budget line item and moved into the current year budget. But we easily, in the 3 months that we had payroll records for when I applied for the grant, at that point we had already easily exceeded that $843,000 just in fire and PD, straight time salary and ERE.
So we freed up the $843,000 that we had to budget into our 2021. We use the CIP as that mechanism, as a roadmap for that. We've allocated that money. We've held off. We had the COVID budget where we're waiting for revenues to come back, and so we have reduced our spending the past 4 or 5 months. And have that money budgeted, but we have not expended. Jeannie, what was the final number? I forgot to look that we've actually spent of that money that was freed up.
We spent $12,000 of it.
Okay, that's how much so far we've spent of that. Knowing that this is we were looking, we thought things would be back to normal by now, but they're not. And so we were holding off on doing any of the, getting this going until we had cleared it and felt good about that. We haven't, just because things are changing on that. Now, there's an idea that the CARES money was to reimburse for additional costs incurred by the city because of the COVID. We did have additional costs incurred by the city because of COVID, but that was not the mechanism. We were geared up. At some point, we were collecting salaries and information and overtime and costs and PP&E costs because we thought we were going to have to justify a dollar for dollar for what we spent. But that was not how the plan rolled out. They rolled out with a plan where they made the assumption that any activity by any public safety was in fact supporting COVID safety and fire and police and everything that they were going through, and so we didn't have to do that. But we had about $250,000 in additional costs that we had documented. But we didn't use the money freed up for AZ CARES to backload that. We used that to build into the budget to help support and boost our public safety capacity for what we don't know what's around the corner. And that's why we had intended to buy the first year of patrol cars. We actually budgeted to buy the second year also, and then the Type 3, which we had been looking at, we had that lump sum, and so we allocated that towards there, and definitely could have used it this fire season because we had a slew of fires. But that was brought to council as part of the CIP. I think we had 2 more meetings, and we finally approved that by council. And so that roadmap of how we were going to spend the money freed up by Arizona Cares is in the budget that we see, and it is if you look at the budget, it's not everything in the CIP. It's mixed and it's labeled. There's some CIP is for HERF, some is for general fund, some is enterprise, some is cares. Jeannie, did I miss anything that I should have you feel that I should say about this?
I missed something. So, yes, we put 842,000. We spread that throughout CIP, and in addition to the 12,000 that has been spent, the 50,000 that we're going to talk about tonight came from the remaining AZ Cares money that was freed up that we put in the CIP. It came from all of the remaining departments, excluding fire and police. We haven't touched those funds in there that we had allocated for CIP, but we have actually spent 12,000, and we have the 50,000 we're going to discuss tonight. That's where we've pulled that from, is the other money freed up by CARES that we put in the CIP, excluding fire and police.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I will say that we have ordered the 5 of the patrol cars, and if you notice, they're have been painted by McSpadden. They're curing right now, and when they are delivered, we will be using the money freed up by Arizona Cares to pay for those 5 vehicles that will be coming that we had ordered, and that was we accelerated that purchase, and we did that even before the budget was passed because we didn't have to pay for it until we get delivery because we were having such issues with cars reliability. And so I don't know if this is a good time for council questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Paul, where are we with the lease agreement that we had signed as council with police department in regards to Enterprise giving us those cars? And so was this part of that lease agreement then, that we are purchasing the 5 cars now? I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm very confused as to.
We budgeted for 8. We actually ordered 5. We're waiting for the delivery of the 5, and those are actual patrol vehicles that will be rolling the street, literally painted black and white, and they'll be delivered very soon. I think before the end of the year. Once they're upfitted, striped, Tanner's got to put the decals on them. Got radios and light bars and stuff like that. So those 5 are in process, and we will be using AZ money freed up by AZ Cares to pay for those when they are delivered.
So that is part of the agreement through Enterprise that we had went through, but didn't know where that money was going to be allocated from, correct? Or I thought we had allocated money from contingency to Enterprise funds to cover that.
Right, but I'd have let me do some research because I mean it was a while ago, and the back and forth as to how the money was allocated, and I have a vague memory of that conversation, but I don't want to speak until can I get back to you on that, or have Jeannie get back to you on that?
All right.
But it was for a total of 8 cars, right?
We budgeted, we approved 8, which was the first. Chief Walters came through with a 5-year plan, and because of this, we opted to go with the first and second year in this year. And so we did order the 5 of the 8 that we had talked about buying. We have not ordered, and we've not obligated the city to the last 3. And the last 3 is, I think, a command truck and 2 detective vehicles.
So those are on hold for right now?
Yeah, those have not been ordered yet.
Okay, thank you.
And so those, yeah. And so, like I say, but we're agile, and we're happy to be here to see that things have changed, and if it's council's desire to move some of this money, which we were proposing, and make some changes and customize this as council sees fit, we have that opportunity tonight and in the future to do that. As Jeannie likes to say, a budget is a roadmap, for how we spend it, but it's, until we actually write the check, it's still a roadmap.
Mr. Mayor, if I could. At our last council meeting, I know that you and I had an offline conversation prior to the council meeting where I had asked you how much could contingency hold without buckling in. And you said you could possibly come up with $50,000. Then during the council meeting, during the course of the conversation, it was brought up 10% of that money, so $84,000. Now, I'm surprised, and I was surprised when this came out, that we're back down to $50,000. And I thought, okay, leaving that meeting, I thought that, okay, we were going to start at 84, and depending on what we needed, we would have fluidity to add or, take it back if nobody used it. But 84 was going to be the starting point.
And I'm not backing off that as not necessarily a starting point, but a goal. And so I would ask if we could defer and let me answer that question after you hear the bulk of the presentation, because it goes into the mechanics of allocating that money. In miniature, to comply with the open meeting law, to comply with the gift clause, we need to allocate a category, a class of people who would qualify for this money. And we have a plan to do that. We're going to have to open up the process, see what the response is, see how many people apply, and then figure out what is left that we need to fund. Now, we could put the 10% number, I think is a wise number. And we could pass that right now, but I think we use the $50,000 from the AZ CARES as start money, get the program going, see what the application, and come back for the second half to balance that out. Because if you told staff distribute 50,000 flat or 100,000 flat, we couldn't do that. We have to see what the need is, see how many people ask, and then come back and round that out. So instead of coming back and asking for putting all the money here, if you were to put 10% or 100,000, the chances are we still may have to adjust it because it's not going to be an even number. So my recommendation is we approve the starting point, and then with the stipulation that once we know the full amount, that we come back and finish off what the backfill that we need to do to complete the program in compliance with the gift clause.
Mayor, if I could. So my follow-ups would be that we don't know how many businesses are going to apply, and we don't know what the parameters are going to be.
Right.
We've Councilwoman Giles and Vice Mayor have set up this town hall meeting with the business owners to kind of get, I'm guessing, to kind of get their take as to what would work for them, what wouldn't work for them, give us ideas on how to move forward. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that, and so I don't know what, so we were going to approve 50,000, and then if that money gets gobbled up, then you're going to have to come and wait till the next council meeting, have us read it again, vote on it again to add more money, and then read it again, add more money, when we could just add the 84,000, and then if at that time we needed to add more.
If you want to highball it, you can highball it and
I just worry about we talk about our agendas being so long and so taxing, and then to have to keep coming back and asking rather than supplying the money and giving it there, letting that cog do what we've asked them to do and getting input from the business owners. At that time, then if it did deplete, then you'd come back rather than a short little burst, a short little burst, and a short little burst, adding another line item on our agenda.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Leatham, council can table this after the presentation. You can allocate the money. It's your council's choice as to what they want to do. I would ask that we revisit this conversation at the end of the presentation, and I can do a better job of explaining my thought process as to why I've structured it this way. Okay. Because you haven't heard, we have a presentation. It's somewhat complex, and I think then if you give me a chance at that point, and then it's council's pleasure on how you want to structure this.
Okay.
I think it's, I think,
I'll ask my questions at the end, that's.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate that we hear the presentation entirely before we start talking about what our goals are and what kinds of dollars we're talking about. I think it's premature to throw out a number and then say, okay, how are we going to divvy it up? I think there's a matrix in place. I think there is a method that Arizona First, or what's it called?
Local First?
Local First.
Local First, I'm sorry. That they've been using throughout all the other communities. So it's not one-sided. It's based on, as I know it, it's based on, and hopefully we'll learn about it. It's based on matrix that are being used throughout other communities, which I think would be a fair analysis on how we can still model what we can do. And so I just would like to hear the presentation before we start discussing, drilling down into actual dollars and how it's going to be distributed.
And I think that's the case also, yeah. And I think to Jesse's point that I think 50,000 was thrown out there, but it was just a comment by one councilman that said, well, let's go 10%, but there wasn't really anything that was confirmed with 10%. We threw a figure of 50,000, and so if we listen to the presentation, do we need 10%? Do we not need 10%? That's what, I don't think there was any confirmation for 10%. I think it was.
I was just reading head
Yeah.
nods during the meeting.
It's one of my favorite sports.
So we'll go to Linda and do the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Out of courtesy to Kimber and her time, she's been on a Zoom call with us for 3 hours. I think we should defer to Kimber at this time so she can describe her process that she has put in place in working with 7 or 8 communities in the state of Arizona. And yes, absolutely, 50,000 is a good starting off point. More would be even better because we know the need is there, and that's why we're here tonight to address that need and be responsive to our business community. So on the screen, this is Kimber Lanning. She's CEO of Local First Arizona. Hi, Kimber. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. Am I coming through clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for your time. Just a brief background on us. Local First Arizona was founded in 2003, and we merged with the Arizona Rural Development Council in 2013. We operate statewide, and our mission is to build a strong and inclusive Arizona economy. So we primarily believe in supporting small, locally owned businesses and developing entrepreneurship. In all of our work, we have 32 employees and 4 statewide offices, and we have fantastic relationships that we've developed across Arizona. We've been working in Globe, Miami for probably close to 15 years now, and we have a lot of wonderful relationships there. So I really want to commend you for considering this. I think it's incredibly important. So let me talk to you a little bit about how we got started in this. We, back in March, we originally responded very quickly to the crisis at hand. Initially, it's sort of laughable now to look back, but initially I thought if I can raise $250,000, I can get that out the door and help some businesses. And to date, we are pushing $12 million that we've raised and distributed, partly in partnership with the state, with counties, with cities, with corporate partners, and with individual donors. Again, just to reiterate, for an organization our size, 12 million is a very big number. We got $10 million from the state of Arizona. And then, as Linda mentioned, a wide variety of others. So our goal was to get money into the hands of small business owners. Small business is a very broad category. So I'll give you an idea of the types of businesses that we have focused on. Many would call them micro enterprises, but in rural communities, it's just small businesses, right? They are generally under 3 to 5 employees. Some communities chose under 10 employees. The state of Arizona chose under 50 employees. These are the types of details that would be up to council to decide. There are a wide variety of things that we prioritized according to the different communities, including whether or not the business owner has another stream of revenue or income coming into the household, including whether or not the business owner has children under 18 in the household. So just to talk about the process, we develop a web page, we develop a digital application. We do have capacity to do this in English and in Spanish if necessary. Businesses come onto the website, they apply. We would establish the criteria in advance, understanding what the needs of this particular community are. And then we would have a certain window of time that businesses could apply. We would close the application process. Every single business that applies would be graded on the criteria using the rubric that's established. Have they established a need? Who has established the greatest need? There are small businesses of all kinds that may have different revenue streams in the household, may have a landlord that's given them 6 months of rent that is either deferred or significantly diminished, that may be more salvageable than somebody who is potentially facing an eviction. So there are a wide variety of questions that you can ask that business, and then those businesses are all graded based on the criteria that's been outlined. And then those businesses that score the highest are approached first. There are businesses who will apply who have that are disqualified. Examples of a disqualified business would be too large for the parameter that's sent. Perhaps they would be outside of the city or town limits. There's a wide variety of reasons they may be disqualified. And then we would manage gathering a W-9 from that business. We would manage potentially any sort of correspondence. We made it a habit to call those businesses to verify what they have in their application is in fact true. And then we distribute those funds via ACH transfer. There are different parameters that can be established. But again, I want to reiterate to Mayor and Council, as was stated earlier, many of you are small business owners yourselves. A couple of stories that I just wanted to share with you to give you an idea of the sense of urgency that we're facing. Again, we've spent time talking to quite literally thousands of small business owners across the state of Arizona, and the crisis that they are in. I just cannot underscore enough how important it is that we extend whatever resources we have to try to keep these businesses solvent. I'll tell you a story of a woman. She was a beautician. Because of the way she had structured her business, at no fault of her own, she was disqualified from the PPP funding. Again, she wasn't doing anything wrong at all. She had just structured her business so that she was not an employee of her business. So she could not qualify. She had 2 grandchildren that lived with her. She told me, she said, Kimber, if I lose my salon, I've not done anything but cut hair for 40 years. If I lose my salon, I have nothing to go back to. And so faced with a choice of whether or not to keep her apartment or keep her salon, she kept her salon, and she and her granddaughters moved into that salon in an effort to stay solvent in such a way that, I look at it as making it to the other side of the river, very treacherous waters. And this is an example of a small business owner that's been completely overlooked, but means a lot, particularly in a small rural town. It means a lot by providing a service. It means a lot by putting food on the table. It means a lot by driving a sales tax base back to the city and town. Now, I will also remind you that the more small businesses we lose, it's not just that we lose that small business. We also have a formerly completely self-sufficient individual descending on the unemployment line, descending on the job search line, descending on the social services line. I cannot underscore enough how important it is that we invest in small businesses so that they have something to go back to, so that when we can get this economy moving, and many of them are trying, they are doing their best, and Local First Arizona is working with them to try to pivot, to try to drive new revenue into their household. We have worked with a wide variety of businesses. We are aware of the gift clause. We've worked with cities and towns to do our best to drive money into businesses in a fair and meaningful way. And as a reminder, we are a 501c3 organization, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for the mayor and council at this time.
Questions for Kimberly? Ready?
Thank you, Mayor. Kimberly, thank you for your presentation. But in a process like this, what are the timelines that we can look at from the time a city would disperse any resources to the time that it actually hits the business owner?
That's an excellent question. So from the point at which the contract is signed, we would be able to develop the web page within 3 days. We would be able to have the contract or the application process go live once the website has been promoted. Obviously, we want to make sure that businesses have enough time to apply. So we usually recommend that we get it out in the newspaper and publicize it. Once we're comfortable with making the application live, we would determine together how long you want the application live. I will tell you the need is so great that I would not recommend you set your sights on leaving an application open for 3 or 4 weeks. I think a week at most. You'll be shocked at how many applications you get. From that point forward, it becomes up to our team to review the applications that have come in. We recommend reporting out in communication very clearly and transparently. And then we can move ahead with recommendations. So it can all happen very quickly. It would be up to you the size of the awards. The average size award that we have dealt with thus far is in a neighborhood of $2,500 to $3,000 per business. It would be up to council to establish those parameters. There are other communities that, with the rubric, if, for example, if a business has been in business for greater than 10 years, they have fewer than 5 to 10 employees, they have no other source of revenue, and they have multiple children at home under the age of 18, those businesses would be awarded a larger sum of money than another business, for example, that does not have children at home, that has not been in business as long, that does not have as many employees. Again, no offense to anyone, every small business counts. However, it would be up to you and your process to determine how you want to distribute those funds. I'm merely sharing how other communities have done that. I recommend a transparent process so that everybody knows how much they would qualify for. But in terms of our work, we work very quickly.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
Hi, Kimber. How are you doing?
Doing very well. How are you?
Doing good. Hey, do you take into consideration at all for some of the businesses that might have applied for funding when it first came out, and if they got an award then, or is that something that you're looking at?
Absolutely. We had multiple communities put that in as a requirement. For example, just using round numbers, if somebody applied for $20,000 in PPP funding and they still had $10,000 or $12,000 of it remaining, that would cause them to score fewer points. Not to say that business doesn't need additional funding, but if they have not yet spent their existing funds, then they would score lower than somebody who fully extended their PPP funds already, as long as they've demonstrated that they've done so in compliance, meaning they've spent it already on staff and rent and there's no funds left.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Kimber, when we had talked about reporting requirements that we may ask of businesses, to demonstrate a need, rather than provide formal financials, you suggested a process of basically on the honor system, self-reporting. Could you touch on that?
That is correct. What we have done to date is we ask a series of questions of the business owners in the application process. It is on the honor system, but we do spot checking. So, for example, if a business owner says they pay, X amount in rent, we've been known to spot check, call a landlord, check how much revenue. We can certainly look at public records. If things just don't add up, that's kind of what our staff is trained to do. If somebody says that, I'll just give an example, that their annual their annual gross sales are 120,000, and then they report that they have 6 employees, that is not likely, and so that would cause us to look into it a little bit further. But we believe in a time of crisis, the best thing to do is go on the honor system. In a small town, people know each other. We would rely on people to be telling us the truth.
Great, thank you, Kimber, because that definitely was a roadblock for some of our businesses who may not have been as strong with their internal housekeeping, having to provide, balance sheets or a profit and loss statements when they were applying for earlier relief funding. So this is a great way.
Sure, and I'll give you an example. We had one application that just didn't quite look right. I got the woman on the phone, and she couldn't answer any of the questions, about her business. Didn't know what her gross sales were. Wasn't sure how many employees she had. So I called my friend at the town, and I said, "Hey, do you know this business?" And they said yes. And I said, "Does this person own it?" And they said, "No, we don't even know who that person is." So my spidey sense was correct, and I had a false application, and we were able to disqualify that business.
Kimber, it's Al. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
When you go about and we set an amount, say we set an amount 2,500, what you said, then it's not really based just on rent. There could be other expenses that they could claim through the process to get to that amount?
Yes, so what I recommend for this particular process is that you give a flat amount and then they use it as they deem appropriate. In other words, I really do think it's possible to get too far down into the weeds, and so you would say, if this business meets this criteria, they qualify for $5,000. If this business meets this criteria, they qualify for $2,000. And that is the amount that every business in that category gets, and that they are able to use it as they deem appropriate. There's not a business in the country right now, really, that doesn't need some funding. And we're talking about brick and mortar businesses. We're talking about businesses that have been hit hardest. So we would not recommend that you require them to prove how they spent that money. Now, the state grant, we implemented for them. We were able to pay up to $25,000 per business, and it was to cover rent. So they were required to produce for us a rent statement that showed any common area maintenance or any additional tax, things like that. For the dollar amount that we're talking about here, I do not recommend that you go down that path. I would recommend that you simply offer a flat sum based on a rubric, and that business owner is then empowered to spend it as they deem appropriate.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, when we get to our presentation, that is our plan. And so we use Kimber and her organization to determine the need, but anybody who qualifies, they get that amount. They don't have to show receipts. They don't have to have any, all the validation is with the need, and so they issue a check for that to be used as they see fit. We assume that you're going to use it for rent and business expenses, but it's all, there's no strings on the money. You're a valid business that has a valid need, and so we have a check, and then there's no documentation of costs, and so it is very simple. That the model that Kimber's talking about is a model that we plan to incorporate.
So the method, the presentation that Linda's going to give is the way we're going to do it?
Yeah,
to operate? Okay.
we're doing cart before the horse here, but we wanted to, again, we're running late, and Kimber wanted to get her. So she is going to be our third-party contractor. It's more than just a pass-through. It's this whole development of the need. And what's beautiful about that is she's done that for so many other organizations, and none of them have been challenged. It's a good, neutral, third-party, high reputation program that her methodology has results and works and is considered fair and equitable and keeps us in line with our making sure that we're in compliance with the gift clause. So,
Kimber, one more question. You're saying a 1 week application process. So, and then you do the interviewing. How soon do you think that would get cash into the business owner after the application? Say it's 1 week application process, and how long do you think your process would take?
We would start immediately. We would have to basically start in the order the applications are received, and we would be able to start immediately. I can probably dedicate 2 staff to this, and we would move as quickly as possible. So I'll give you just so that you have a ballpark. In the town of Somerton, we received 42 applications. We were able to fund 36 of the businesses, and we were able to complete that entire process in about 2.5 weeks. Not including the website and the application process, 2.5 weeks from the day we started the work. So that means we're doing outreach, we're leaving messages for the businesses, we're waiting for them to call us back, we're gathering a W-9 form, and then distributing the funds via ACH transfer. So, and that's start to finish with all of those businesses. So that's pretty quick. I mean, we would not waste any time at all.
Kimber, the 5 businesses that didn't receive funding in Somerton, was that because they didn't meet requirements of the program?
That's exactly right. So the one of the requirements that the city had is that they had to have an active business license. And so there were 5, I believe all 5 were disqualified because they didn't have a business license. There may have been one that exceeded the threshold that the city of Somerton had set. So again, if we're very clear about what the criteria is internally, then we can measure the businesses as they come through the door to determine whether or not they're qualified.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kimber. I'm going to pitch it to Jeannie to go over our proposed requirements for businesses to meet for the business program. Jeannie?
Okay. So you have this attachment on your staff report. It's the program that has been a collaboration. It's been pulled together by speaking with Local First. I attached 3 other cities' programs to the staff report, and we just did as much research as we could in the time we had to pull this together. So the plan that we came up with is the City of Globe Business Relief Grant, and it will provide qualifying businesses with grants up to $2,500 to support the continued viability of the Globe businesses experiencing financial hardships due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and to reduce employment losses caused by reductions in hours, layoffs, and business closures. approximately 50,000 is available through the program. Again, this is our jumping off point, open to change. We have the $2,500, the up to $2,500 that we are clarifying that's dependent on need. The program administered by Local First Arizona Foundation is in partnership with the City of Globe. We're outlaying our criteria and deadlines. We have a deadline that applications will be accepted online by Local First Arizona Foundation, opening and closing deadlines to be determined. Qualifications for for-profit businesses operating in the City of Globe prior to March 11, 2020. Businesses in all industries that meet the criteria listed below in the following section are eligible to apply. And we came up with 8 criteria points. Business must be a brick and mortar, no residential, located within the municipal boundary of the City of Globe. Business must be operating in Globe prior to March 11, 2020. Business has 10 employees or less. Business has an active business license through the City of Globe. Businesses are only permitted to submit 1 application. Eligible business types include sole proprietorships, corporations, nonprofits, independent contractors, partnerships, and LLCs. Award amount will be based on the Local First Arizona Foundation determination of need application process. And the final criteria, business must apply to the designated online portal during the enrollment period in compliance with the Local First Arizona Foundation application process. So that's the basic plan and the criteria we laid out. And then we have several FAQs, and I can go through those if you'd like.
Jeannie, I'd like to ask Mayor and Council for feedback on eligibility criteria as presented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that based on Kimber's, based on the program that they currently run?
Correct.
The criteria points?
Yes, these are based on programs that Kimber has run in other communities, and her recommendation to us based on our amount that we probably are hoping to have approved tonight between, 50 and 84,000. That this would be the best process. If we had a much larger amount, if we had, a $500,000 budget, then the criteria may change. Make it this is a way, because again, we don't have that large of a budget. This is a way to get these dollars to the businesses that truly are in need, that these dollars will make a difference to them.
Any questions from council?
Yes, Mayor, I do.
Go ahead, Freddie.
So, based on what I'm hearing, the program is driven by budget, whatever budget cap we might have. Is that an accurate statement?
The recommended criteria? Yes.
Correct. Okay. And so is there a matrix, and I'm just going to throw numbers out, I'm not promising anything. $100,000, you have a certain criteria. 200,000 to 100,000, another criteria. 500 to 300, another criteria. Or is it based on application rate?
Kimber, are you still online? Because
I am. I apologize, council member. I'm not clear on the question, though. Could you repeat that for me?
So, is the matrix, and if matrix is the right word, is it based more on the actual budget amount that a community or a city municipality may have, or on the actual application rate?
For the requirements.
So the amount, I'm still not totally clear.
Well,
so
I'm talking
no,
criteria.
the budget. I'm sorry.
I'm talking more about the criteria that that businesses have to meet.
So the criteria is definitely not associated with the budget. The criteria would be associated with you all knowing your town members. So, for example, the criteria has not been exactly the same in any of the communities that we've worked in. So we could work together to establish that criteria. We could work with staff to do that, and I would recommend that it is based on the size of the businesses there and the need of the businesses there, not the amount of the budget.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
I think Councilman Rios, I think I answered that question based on a conversation Kimber and I and Paul had on Friday, that because we don't have a $500,000 budget, our budget is much smaller, that a $2,500 allocation grant would make more of a difference to a business with 10 or fewer, micro businesses, 3, 5, 10 employees, rather than a large organization that had maybe 100 employees.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
At the same time, we talked about we don't want to, make the grants so small that they don't actually have an impact for a micro enterprise. In other words, we wouldn't want to come in and give $250 to each business. That would not be an effective model.
So a question on that also, Kimber or Linda. So 50,000 will give 20 businesses $2,500. Say we get 30 applications, or say there's a cap on it and we exceed, is there an amount, say we get 40 applications, do we bring that number down if we have a cap on what we're spending? Do we go down to, our cap is not 2,500, now it's 2,000 or something to satisfy all the applications, or?
That's for council to decide. Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be based on whether the application's
How many you
approved or
get.
not.
Yeah.
You- First of all, you're gonna get, I don't know, 100, and some of them will probably get rejected. I'm sure, Kimberly, not all applications are accepted, correct? Or qualify for the loan.
No, that is definitely correct. And so, for example, again, this is hypothetical. If we've graded the applicants, let's just say we have 50 applicants, 5 of them are disqualified, so then we have 45 applicants. Those applicants will be graded on a scale of 2 to 5 based on need. And so we would start by funding the 5s, and then we would fund the 4s, and then we would fund the 3s. And the reality is, it would be up to you if you wanted to come back and give more money to fund the remainder of the 2s. But perhaps the 2s haven't demonstrated a need. Maybe they're qualified, but perhaps their spouse has a very well-paying job and they have no children at home. As an example, these are tough decisions to make, but they may not end up getting funded simply because their need was not as great as somebody else's need.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is that balancing act that we have to do. Our goal is to start the program with the 50,000, put it out there, get the categories, let the 7 days pass, see what the need is, and then come back and look at the intensity of the needs and the spread of the needs. And then find a number that will fit and say, okay, if we definitely want to take care of the 5s and the 4s, but we want to get something to the 3s and the 2s, and this is what we'd have to do. If it turns out that we have a smaller amount with higher need, we'll be okay. But if we have to fund whoever applies, and so in order to be in compliance with gift clause, and so that is why I'm suggesting that we start the program. Get it out there, see what the application rate, see what the rankings are, and then see how much money we need to make that whole. If it comes out that it's too high, then we play with the assignments per category, and with a maximum cap of 2,500 and a minimum cap of 1,000. It's not worth the time, and it's, again, giving under 1,000, both the work that it takes for Kimber to do and the impact, it's not worth doing anything under that. So that would be our span. Anybody who qualified would get one somewhere between that. And that way, whatever number we put on here, I guarantee you we're going to come back and probably have to adjust it. And so if it comes back and we got to look at a bigger number, let's just, sit down and decide, how broadly do we want to do this? But we've seen a lot of communities. I mean, Somerton is twice as big as we are, and they were able to safely distribute 100,000 to their community, and they worked out good. So I don't know if 50,000, 100,000, 150, what it is. We talked to other cities that put a lot on the table, and they just didn't get the applications. But the best part about this is we're putting together a program that is directed to the most needy, directed to the people who are on the brink. Those fives need to be funded, and that will happen, and we'll have that application out there. It'll be needs-based, it'll be in compliance with the law, and we'll make sure that we get the most bang for our buck. Our goal when we left here 2 weeks ago, if we got a business on the edge about to go under, that's a five. That's who we need to fund and do the best we can and help those people. If we got people who are struggling but are hanging in there, and then we look at that and then see the volume of the people that apply. And so I'm very positive on this program that this is government being smart, using a proven technology, a proven person to do this, and then we see what we can afford.
How many businesses is the number we're looking at? Do you have any idea?
We have 642 active business license holders in the city of Globe. Based on these eligibility criteria as we've presented today, there's probably, I would say about 270 that meet that criteria.
270.
And they're not, so it's not all businesses, obviously, that are eligible for the funding. Because some businesses have been operating, some businesses have been earning revenue in their business, and they may not qualify simply because
That is true. They may, when they are asked the question on the application, has COVID had a negative financial impact on your business? There are some businesses that it hasn't had a negative financial impact. They are definitely in the minority.
But and Mr. Mayor, members of council, some of the larger franchise run crews of over 10, 20, 30 people. I think Denny's, I don't know how many people Denny's hire, but a lot of those would not, I think, be eligible just because of the volume of employment. This is focused for 10 and under. I think that helps us stay in that sweet point of those people who are employers that have that do a lot of work themselves. I mean, they're who's my employee? Well, I take the accountant hat off and I put the janitor hat on, and then the salesperson hat on. So we don't know what we're going to see, and that's why I know we're going to have to come back, because we just don't know what is going to come through in these application processes. But we do know that the people who do apply, I'm sure, are worthy of taking a hard look at this, and then we got to figure out how we can fund it.
Linda, what was the thought process in adding in nonprofits? I know there's been a lot of money allocated, but nonprofits were not included. So what was our thought process behind that?
In not including the nonprofits in our application?
Because they are included in ours, but.
No, they're not.
No.
Eligibility criteria?
No.
Business types include sole proprietorships, corporations, nonprofits, independent contractors, partnerships, and LLCs.
Oh.
That was to be omitted. And the reason why, because we have 642 business license holders, I think that we are going to see the need there. Our nonprofits have had other avenues to go, but we definitely need to, in my opinion, serve our business community first.
I agree. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. So it was admitted. We are going to take it out then.
That's for
Okay.
council to decide.
Okay.
Yeah, we did not intend for this to remain in.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
So why don't we wait till after the meeting that Charlene and Mike are going to have in the town hall to get some input from the people that are probably going to be applying, to get an idea of, what they consider the range. I'm not saying they're going to be right or anything, but they may have a different.
We don't know how much they're struggling.
Yeah, we don't know how they're struggling. We know they're struggling. We're all struggling. But, some are probably greater than others, and we need to look at that overall picture.
And the thought it was because we could be getting funding out to our businesses so much more quickly. Because we could have a website up and running by December 1st.
3 days.
Right, and Thanksgiving. So, we could have a live application by next week with funding going out shortly thereafter.
And it really isn't us setting the criteria. The criteria is set by the organization we're hiring.
Right.
I mean, if it's fair and equitable that we think it is, and I know we want to have that town hall, and I think it's important we have the town hall, but do we wait and delay it, or do we get it out there immediately?
I'd be in favor of waiting and getting the input of the business community. I mean, I understand the pressure to, I understand the pressure to get it out to our business community, but I think that they deserve to have us hear them and understand, what they think criteria could be in a community such as this. I mean, ultimately, it's up to us to decide what that is, but with recommendations from them to make that
Have to wait.
educated.
Well, if I may.
Go ahead, Freddie.
I get the mindset here and the thought, but we've received letters stating how it was inappropriate for us to make determination who gets what. And I think with this local first, and we had a presentation by Chamber of Commerce that recommended that. I think this is the fair way to do it. I think we should still have the town hall, absolutely. But I don't know that that's going to be the driver on how much money we're going to distribute, because, we have a budget. And are we now going to come back and say, okay, Local Arizona First, create a whole new set of criteria based on whoever just showed up in a council meeting, in a town hall meeting? We're talking 600 businesses. Granted, you people that are here are obviously very interested in what's going on. But when the word gets out to 600 businesses, we're not going to have enough room in here to listen to everybody. I don't know, just my thought. But I don't want us to set up our businesses to give them a false positive. We have a budget. We have, everybody is paying the price for COVID. And the city revenues are also paying the price. The presentation here was we talked about how we got the CARES Act money, what it was utilized for, what it was intended for 8-9 months ago. Fast forward to today, we now know that there are other avenues to use that money. But a lot of that money's already been spent by, like Jeannie said, in revenue, in wages and salaries and things like that. That was the first intent. Now, it did free up money in our general. So, I'm not against helping our businesses, by no means. But the sooner we get this rolling, the quicker you get money in your hands. And I think our city manager's already said, we can get the first rollout, we can then see where we're at. If we need to somehow, if we can dig somewhere in our budget and create other funds that we can continue to distribute. I agree, this is not gonna be a one-shot. I don't see it being a one-shot. It's a learning process for all of us. It may be, you know, it may take more, it'll take more than one shot to satisfy, we'll never satisfy the need. I know your business, you know, 2,500, yeah, you can use it for whatever you need, and it's gonna help. But you've been 9 months in the hole. And so $2,500 may seem minuscule. It may seem minuscule, but we don't have bottomless pockets. So we just have to consider that and know that as a council. You know, our job is to be fiscally responsible for the city's revenues. And I think taking care of our business is one of the things that we should, at this time, really consider, because it's an avenue that we can do. But I know if I was a business, I know I'd be saying 2,500 ain't enough. I've been in the hole for 9 months. I haven't had my doors open for 9 months. I've had my doors open for 9 months and I'm barely making it. We're gonna get all these different types of needs. And I think that's what this matrix and this Local Arizona First has designed a program to address that needy. And so I'm not saying we don't have the town meeting. I'm just saying that I don't know that how that's gonna, I fear it's going to completely unravel what this program is intended to do.
We have some call cards here too, so I don't know how far or how much more presentation we need. I'd like to hear these individuals who stayed here this long. Let's get their input too onto what their feelings are with it, you know.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask.
Mayor, can I ask a question real quick for Kimber?
Go ahead, Fernando.
Now, Kimber, you mentioned that different communities have set different priorities, right?
Correct.
Is there anything to prevent us from putting the application out and then still developing how we score once we have some more community input? Or do you have to do it all at one time?
I would not recommend that you change the scoring criteria after the application is already open. I think once the application is open, you have to have your criteria set in order to be fair.
Okay, so you're going to put it out. When you put it out for the application, this is the criteria and these are the things that are going to score you more or less.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Linda, if I could, when you came up with this criteria, this was you and bouncing, being like soundboards off each other, correct? This wasn't criteria that was in a binder that says this is what you have to go with.
Oh, no, this was a conversation bouncing back and forth between Kimber and I, and Paul and Liza and I.
Okay.
And Jeannie.
This was several conversations.
Okay, so it wasn't set by Local First as this is what they think is the best policy, but rather everybody's collectively coming together saying,
yes,
we believe,
and
let's present this.
Absolutely. And these are considered best practice. Some of the requirements, I mean, seem very basic, but, you know, to be a brick and mortar operating within the city, you know, and you have a business license in good standing, that seems to be, you know, common sense. Some of the others, you know, if we were in a larger community and say we were Chandler and we had $2 million in this budget, then our minimum threshold for the number of employees the business would have would probably go up. But because of our business community and makeup, this is a better fit for, and also considering the potential budget that, you know, we felt that council was warm to based on the last meeting.
Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the call cards that we have right now. I'll call Erica Flores up. Sorry for the long agenda. We're used to it.
Yes. Item number 2.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Erica Flores, and I am here. I'm a lifelong resident of Globe. I grew up here, and I enjoy living in this community. My husband and I have 3 small businesses in our downtown district that we own and operate. And we pride ourselves on providing services or goods that are high quality, that can be enjoyed by our community members, that promote our community, and we also try to give back as often as we can. I am here tonight to ask for some transparency, some communication, and reconsideration in reference to this program. I had no idea about any of these monies that were received by the city or this recent relief grant program for small businesses in our community until 2 weeks ago. Had no idea. I own 3 small businesses in this town. So on the transparency piece, it would have been nice to know about this sooner. You're saying that you as council want to know what the need is. Your businesses in your community had no idea that this was even available. And so it's really hard to know how much to give when the businesses themselves don't even know to apply. I find myself wondering, now that we have this program, how are you going to get the word out? You could put it in the paper, that's one way, but how are you going to get this out to businesses so that they know that these monies are available? Communication is really, really important. It needs to be communicated to business owners, and it needs to be communicated to our community at large. Our community members are the ones who support our small businesses. They are the ones who come and order food at our restaurants. They come and shop at our stores. They have memberships at our local gyms. They buy movie tickets. The community needs to be made aware of this as well, because I would venture to guess that our small businesses mean a lot to our community members. And then just reconsideration of this amount. I think that on this document it says pretty bluntly up to $50,000. To me, that means there's a ceiling that stops at $50,000. I hear that that can change, but again, I really don't think that you can have an amount without speaking to the businesses and hearing what the needs are. We realize that this is not a limitless bucket. Everybody has a cap. We understand that, and we know that there's things in our community that are very, very important, such as improving infrastructure, police and fire, and all of these things that are budgeted for. Those are important. We're not wanting to take away from these things. But it seems to me that there is room to support your small businesses that make your community thrive. And so I do think that this needs to be reconsidered. I don't think that you should choose a number this evening. I think you should talk to your local business owners and, again, the community at large. I think this is a good starting point, working with AZ Local First. The guidelines or criteria to meet the application make some sense, but I think there's a lot of room for improvement, and I think that you need to hear from everyone, and this could be much more, and it could mean a lot more for not just the small business owners who are struggling, but for our community as a whole. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erica. Stacy?
Good evening, once again, Mayor and council members. Of course, my name is Stacy Murray. I am a local resident my entire life. I am a business owner that has been unfortunately gravely affected by COVID-19. And I am also, if all of you don't know this, the president-elect of the Glow Miami Chamber of Commerce. I feel it is my duty, first and foremost, supporting my chamber members that I serve, to make sure that there is a grave understanding by everyone on this council how much we can benefit from this fund. And if you remember, I was here 2 weeks ago, and none of this was even going to happen if we wouldn't have showed up 2 weeks ago. And that's a huge concern, because I would like to ask all of the members of the council, have any one of you contacted me to ask me how I was doing? No, not one of you. I could probably poll many people in this room, and they could say they also never got a phone call. That's disappointing to me, because how can you make a decision on our need? I mean, Kimber said, knowing your town members, knowing their need, you don't. And you won't unless you ask. And unfortunately, the fact that the Arizona CARES Act was funded in June, I understand it was placed into the budget. I understand, by the way, done some research. There was no misled, no misrepresentation. We completely understand how this worked. We understand how the money went. There was never, our concern is not about that. Our concern is the fact that we were not even considered, even after you found out it was an opportunity. We weren't. And if you go back to the documentation, which I feel like it is your responsibility to research that as a council, if you're responsible for these monies, when the grant it's been changed a number of times. I've read them, so I know. When it was updated on September 2nd, it was very clearly stating that the money could go to small businesses and that it can go through a program in order to facilitate it. So we're talking about from the time you receive the money, 5 months, to the time that you put it into the budget. There's now 4 months when you receive this updated term, the updated terms of the grant. Still in September, there was still no discussion about what possibly can be changed in the allocations to help the community. That in itself is disheartening, and it makes us wonder why not until 2 weeks ago, until we came forth and asked about what was going on, that all of a sudden there's money. You have to question that. You have to question why there was a town hall meeting scheduled for yesterday, and then now tonight this is on the agenda. And I truly, with everything, appreciate the city's efforts. I mean, kudos to you guys, because putting this program together in just a couple days is amazing. I know how hard you had to work on this to do this, between Jeannie and Paul and Linda. This is a lot of work to figure this out. I know that. And we appreciate every effort. It is amazing that you guys are now deciding to do this. My concern is to set the amount prior to asking us what our need is, we don't feel is appropriate. So in your agenda documentation, it specifically states up to 50. In the actual business relief grant documentation, it says approximately 50. There is not an amount, and I understand that was because you've said that it can be flexible, but the point of the matter is when we didn't have anything to say and you didn't listen to ask any members of the community, we're concerned that you don't truly understand the need. Therefore, let's just say 270 of us are qualified. 270 of us at $2,500 is $675,000. That's huge. I'm not saying that all 270 will qualify. I'm not saying all 270 will apply, but we as a community together should be able to have a say in what that is, in our opinion. Unfortunately, there's a lot of other communities that figured it out quicker than I guess we did. And even if you go to the documents that you put on the agenda tonight and how they did some of this, giving out to the community, I'll say, Florence, it's funny if you read the very first sentence in Florence and how they did it. After receiving vast community input and after holding multiple public work sessions, that's their first thing, how they came up with what they were going to give. They gave up to $10,000 reimbursement for overhead and PPE, as well as provided funding for home-based businesses, local nonprofits, in addition to contributing to the food bank. Fountain Hills grant program, automatic extensions on all business licenses for 6 months. City of Maricopa, small businesses, nonprofits as well. They also, it's to improve economic development, so they actually are helping with creation and retention of jobs in whichever way that could be. And one of their statements, just so you know, states, to enhance the economic welfare of their citizens and further promote the health and safety of the overall community. In the end, isn't that what this is about? I mean, the health and safety of our community. We as a community that did get to reopen, every time we buy sanitation wipes, every time we buy masks, every time we put up plexiglass, we are helping the public safety of the community. And not anyone ever consider that? That's what we're doing. And honestly, we appreciate the effort that you've made, but we're a little just concerned about the fact that you weren't shouting at the top of the rooftops that we are this amazing city that just received $843,000, and this is how we're going to help, because that didn't happen. And why? I mean, why didn't it? Because honestly, probably you were concerned about how the community would question a wildland fire truck. And I understand that's not specific for it, but they might question it. They might question why we might need to give $675,000, but the wildland fire truck was more important. Even though, to give a very quick example of a personal story, my office had decided to help needy families this year for Thanksgiving. And we asked the Facebook community to nominate anyone that they felt necessary. We, as an office, came together and put money together, but amazingly enough, we had a community, someone who grew up in our community that said that they had been blessed in life, they don't live here anymore, contacted us and asked us if they could donate more money. We were able to now give multiple dinners. I want you to understand that in those Facebook requests that we got, those messages, I would say 90% of them were people who were affected by being laid off by COVID. So the fact that there's not even a concern about those types of things, I don't think we really realize how much our public as a whole is affected, not just our small businesses. And I feel like none of that has, like you said, we're all affected, and luckily some of you have a job that you get a pay stub and that's the choice you made, and some of us made different choices and this is the repercussions of it. But in the end, we're asking that you ask those questions for the community as a whole. That's our main concern. Speaking as someone who lives here, speaking for someone who runs businesses here, and speaking as the president-elect of the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Stacy. Sarah Bernstein.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You'll have to I'm many hours up past my bedtime, so I'm not firing on all cylinders. I'm an early riser. I think a lot of things come to mind as I listen to other people. And first of all, I'm speaking for myself. I'm also speaking for my husband, Kenneth Bernstein, and I'm also speaking for Udon McSpadden. The three of us had talked earlier today, and you know, it's interesting. I mean, this has all been very well said. This is all very recent to me, knowing about what's going on. But I honestly feel that if you really want to serve your people, you have to know who you're serving, and you have to know what their needs are. When I think about whether it's COVID relief, when we think about something like the CARES Act, we use words like public safety. It's pretty basic. Where's the caring here? Where's the relief here? And first and foremost, this involves the public. And we are all part of the public. I come here as a daughter. I come here as a wife, as a mother, as a businesswoman, as many things. But I'm a member of this community. It's disheartening to me that these monies were given many, many months ago. And I agree, there should have been fanfare in a time when so many people dealt with a lot of fear, a lot of loss, a lot of uncertainty and challenges. This was the thought that we were given this money to use for the betterment of our community, and yet it's one of the best kept secrets I've learned about in a very, very long time. To me, we should absolutely have a meeting where people should voice their opinions, and not just as business people, but this should have been relayed to the public immediately. This is not a secret. This is a joyous event. These are extraordinary times. This is extraordinary money, and we need to be extraordinary leaders, all of us, because we have that capability. So I'm going to highly suggest myself and from my husband and from Udon McSpadden that someone please be so kind as to make a motion that you table this until we have this meeting so that the public and the business community can come forward and relay their concerns. And then once these concerns are established, we do the best we can with what we've got. I don't think there's anybody here that's expecting more than their fair share. I think all of us, especially those who work for ourselves, we understand the concept of you live on what you generate. I don't live off of or manage OPM. It's whatever we do. So if you want to talk to stewards of moneyed issues, you're looking at them. We get this drill. And I don't mean that to be snarky or cheeky in any way, shape, or form. But I really feel that we all need to get on board and get our community on board. And there needs to be transparency. There needs to be compassion. There needs to be empathy. And let me just say, in listening to what people have brought up, we discuss public safety. What's the first word of public safety? The public. Unfortunately, the public has been forgotten somewhere in all of this. So please, I would love to see, because I know I can count on someone here, please make a motion. Let's have our meeting. Let's have our heart-to-heart, and let's look at what our options are and move forward. Because you know what, regardless of how people feel about whatever, one thing I know for sure is we're Americans, and if anybody can rise to the challenge, it's us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Linda Gross.
Mayor, council, I'm going to try to keep this to 3 minutes so anybody can time me. What I see at issue in this whole thing is other communities, is your sense of priorities and your dedication and understanding of how important small business is to the livelihood of this community. A small business is not just a person. It it has a family behind them. It is the tax base. It is employees. So when we talk about supporting small business, we're not talking about supporting one person that has a brick and mortar business. We're talking about supporting the entire community. Now, other communities figured this out much earlier than the Globe City Council, which is what is a little disappointing, because what they did when they got the CARES money, which I'm going to read to you in just a minute what Pinal Central wrote about Casa Grande, is that Casa Grande, Somerton, Superior, you know, I could go on and name other communities. When they got that CARES grant, and it could be used for public safety, I might as well just read this because I'll get it wrong otherwise. Governor Doug Ducey has authorized cities to swap CARES Act funds for the money that cities have budgeted for public safety expenses. He then gave cities the flexibility to use the money that the cities budgeted for public safety on other programs to help their communities during COVID-19 pandemic. Casa Grande got $6.7 million, and they allocated over $1 million to help their small businesses. Superior dedicated right off the bat 1/3 of their CARES money that got freed up to helping small business. We're getting lost in the weeds here about what criteria and what small business we help, when really the purpose of the mayor and city council and city manager is to say, our small business is our community, that is our priority, and if we have additional funds, we can supersize the police department and buy an extra car this year. But right now, in this pandemic, with our small businesses, they need our help, and we want to help them because we are all in this together. And if we have extra police cars on the street and we don't have small businesses, we have failed. And that is what other communities have decided early on. They got money into the hands of their small businesses back in August. It is now almost Thanksgiving, and we are just now talking about this. It is not rocket science. It is something that can easily be determined that says, how much of that $850,000 do you want to dedicate to small business support? And then take that money and use someone like Local First, which it's on social media. It's in every media report. It would have been easy to find Local First back in August. And these small businesses, and I know a lot of them are hurting badly, could have used those funds. And so before you get tied into the weeds of how many businesses we have and you know what should be the cap, you as a city council should say, we're going to reach into this and we're going to allocate just as much money as we can to small businesses. And then they'll fill out their application. They'll let, you know, Local First can work out the details, and these people can get their money in 2 weeks. So my question is, I mean, I agree. I think this should have been talked about and done back in August. I think it was clear and easy to understand that the gift clause was something that was not relevant to so many communities that said, we really want to help our small business. So I think the council needs to take action and reach into their pocket and dedicate a big sum to small business.
Thank you, Linda. Johnny D.
Council, Mayor, everybody in attendance, thank you for being here today. So, I don't want to be where you guys are at, just as simple as that. But at the flip side, I don't want to be where I'm at either. So, one thing that does bring us all together, obviously, is Globe, right? We're here, City of Globe, municipal building. Okay, so we have that in common. We love this city. All of us do. Every one of us in here. But what is a city without its people, without its business? I'm going to back up just a little bit, because these guys right here, police department, fire department, those guys need mass amounts of funding, in my opinion. That's a slippery slope for our nation. But at the same time, this COVID has impacted everyone negatively. Not just business owners, not just children attending school. People are losing family members, you know, it's all the way down. It's a ripple effect. It's an unfortunate circumstance that we are in this day and time, but we have to act accordingly. And so I myself am standing here and I'm asking you guys, review what it is that has been budgeted out of the CARES Act funding. Yes, first responders, safety, important, but also small business is one of the main driving forces of this CARES Act monies. So review that, and please understand from our perspective that there's a lot of businesses that are really hurting right now. I'm very blessed and grateful to have community that supports our businesses. But there's other businesses that aren't here today that need all of your support as well as our community support. But it can't be done if we're not informed. We have to first be informed. One that comes to mind that is hurting really bad is Hollis Cinema. How in the heck would $2,500 positively impact a business of that size that employs people of our community? If that place goes under, I'll tell you what, I lived here with no theater, and it's not a fun place, legitimately. And I could bank that you'll see some businesses close. And again, we have a second wave potentially to come forward in the forecast, so also keep that in mind. Again, I thank you, and if I didn't say before, my name is John Daniel Flores. Community member, citizen, born and raised, and I hope you guys take the time to do your homework and review what it is at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. You have a letter from Christy Cawthorn?
I don't have a letter from Christine.
No?
Mayor, Christy gave me her letter. I'd be happy to read it. It includes a lot of stuff that was said tonight, so I could just submit it to you guys.
Can you do that, please, Linda?
And save some time.
Okay.
Here, is this up for discussion, or are we just,
This is,
I do have public,
so we can respond?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
those is
yeah,
not
they,
one-sided.
yeah, we can
Okay.
respond. Yes,
Okay,
you
good.
bet.
All right.
Sorry.
Shelley.
I do have public comments. I don't have one from Christie, but I do have several in my email.
Okay. You got your mic? Okay.
I have an email from Cindy Phillips, and she says, Council, I'm writing to request that the budget that will be presented at tonight's meeting be tabled until your constituents have adequate time to review. We understand that in the beginning, when these funds were originally released, that it was confusing to say the least as to the true intent of that funding and how to distribute these monies. However, as we progress, we can see how our neighboring communities all across the state successfully shared this money with its community and businesses. Now is your opportunity to directly make an impact on your community. Table this budget and listen to the people. Thank you, Cindy Phillips. I have an email from Tracy Quick. Mayor Gameros, Mr. Jepson, and council members, I'm writing in regards to this evening's council meeting and specifically agenda item 7C. I would like to respectfully ask that this item be tabled until the next meeting, allowing the local merchants a chance to be heard at the CARES Act Town Hall, which, as you know, has been rescheduled twice. It is now on the calendar for December 1st. This is the week after the council plans to vote on the use of a small portion of CARES funds to help businesses that are in need of financial assistance. I believe it's incumbent upon you to listen to your constituents before taking this vote tonight. It may not change the vote you will make, but it will at a minimum give the people whose votes put you in your places of leadership a chance to feel as if they have been heard during the decision-making process. Regards, Tracy Quick, The Huddle. I have one from Michelle Pettit. Dear Council, in support of our local business owners, I'm requesting that this issue regarding allocation of coronavirus relief funding be tabled to allow business owners sufficient time to request documentation regarding how the funds should be dispensed. I think I have one more.
I thought there was, the very top, Kathy.
Yeah, So this is from Greg and Kathy Walker. Ryan and Stacy Murray own the CrossFit affiliate, CrossFit Globe Cobra Valley. We would like to ask the council to hold off on voting on the $50,000 action item for COVID relief for small businesses. Our understanding is that less than 6% of the $800,000 would actually go to small businesses that have been negatively impacted by the closures. When we heard that, we were shocked. Does the council realize that some of these small businesses may close for good? It is basic economics that if you don't get the tax revenue from these small businesses, you wouldn't need city services. It makes sense that if you support your small businesses offering retail, dining services, and entertainment, consumers will spend money and the cycle continues. Please support our community and do the right thing by allocating a fair amount of these funds to help us out. Thank you. That's what I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. Discussion, comments?
I'd like to make a couple comments. First of all, I appreciate all of your comments and your thoughts. I know they're heartfelt and they're very sincere. I'm not a business owner. I run a business, but I'm not a business owner. And so I have somewhat of an idea what the impact of COVID is doing to you. Even in a business that I run, which is a essential service, we're impacted. And so I get your arguments. I really do. But I do there was a comment earlier made, and I will say, for myself as a council member, I truly apologize that we didn't get on this sooner than you would have liked. But I will say that we did have a couple council members here that were rattling the cages on the rest of us. Not just 2 weeks ago, but probably 2 months ago. So I have to recognize those council members, Leatham and Charlene Giles. They were making comments about how we need to help our business. So I will say that you know, we may have not been the first from other cities, compared to other cities. And I don't know if we're going to end up in the list of 1 through 10 or 1 through 50, but we did have some council members that were already making those comments. So, you know, credit to them that, you know, they got us where we are. So to that point, you know, we did have a couple of council members that were already considering our business community. So I'm not against the town hall meeting, by no means. I think it should be held, and I think it's going to be able to give us a broader sense of where you are as a business. And I can only hope that we can come close to helping and meeting your needs. But personally, I don't think tabling this program is going to change how we're going to help you. The program is a model that's been used throughout the communities that we are talking about tonight. Florence, Fountain Hills. And so I'm a little taken that if our business community needs the money, why are we going to hold back? I mean, why are we going to hold back on the?
We are absolutely people blessed that we're in this experience. They're not asking for the program to be saved at all. They're asking if you read the agenda, it specifically states up to $50,000. We're asking for dollar figure.
Right. Okay. So that's fair. That's fair statement. But I think what you also heard from our city manager is this is a launching point, and that he anticipates that number's going to change.
But that's not what the document says. So
Well, maybe we can make a motion. No. Well,
We can
we can make a motion. We can make a motion to keep the program going and not have a hard line 50. We can do that. I mean, I think that's well within our capabilities. Mr. City Manager, is that accurate?
We've already explained that.
No, if Mr. Mayor, members of council, like I say, we put up to as kind of just lingo for how we do that, you know. But the 50,000 is what we intend to move from money that was cleared from CARES. We can go ahead and allocate up to another 50,000 pretty easily from general fund or from fund balance. I'm sorry. But I don't, you know, we haven't had the conversation if you want to pull it from fund balance, you want to pull it from public safety or not. The other thing is, if we, whatever amount we come up with, we'll probably have to come back and figure out the right number. But the launch point, which I think is a good idea, we can launch from 50, we can launch from 100.
So we can put together a motion tonight that would not, I mean, keep the program going, but not limit the 50 cap.
Yeah,
Give us some flexibility.
Yeah.
So that our business community doesn't feel, and I get where you're going. You're absolutely reading the language. I get that. No, I get that. Absolutely, I get that. So, right, no, I totally agree with you. Business people should know that, right? I mean, if it's in paper, so.
Well, she's gonna wait till he's done.
So I think if we can do that, I think that might help satisfy at least your concern about a cap. And we still have our town hall, still have that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Linda.
I just have one quick question. When we're talking about this, I saw some documentation about where you're going to pull the money from, the museum, et cetera, et cetera. Is that still part of this conversation? Because I don't think anyone wants to see you pull money from those organizations to fund a small business program like this?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, what organization?
Thank you, Stacy. Do you have that? Okay.
2,500 from BESH, 2,500 from.
Where you were going to pull the,
Yeah, no,
It was CARES money. It wasn't, it's not out of their line item budget.
Not out of there.
no, it was for improvements for plexiglass
put
and
CARES money.
health and safety. Yeah, it was in the,
Didn't each get 10 or 5 or something?
yeah, we split it in half. We took the 5, we took it to, yeah, and we think that's reasonable. We think we can still do plexiglass.
Well, in all reality, in order to get that money to increase the amount, and yeah, we need to relook at it. If we're gonna get to an amount that we think that's gonna be satisfactory to our business community, we are gonna have to dig into these other ones, because we spent the CARES Act money, what I understand, but that allowed us to do other things like purchase 7 police cars. So maybe we're not gonna be able to buy 7 police cars or 8 police cars. We're only gonna be able to buy 5. Maybe a fire truck needs to wait another year till COVID's over. These are the things that are gonna have to happen unless we go and pull out of our general fund or our savings, our fund balance. The only way it's gonna happen is if we cut some of this money that we allotted for the future. That's really how it's gonna happen, bottom
Will
line.
the
We need to
city-
make that decision as a council, that we need to cut other projects and make them hold and get through COVID. That's the way I understand it. Am I wrong?
No.
That's the way I understand
Will
it.
the city make the spending on the CARES, the 843,000, make it transparent in terms of where all that money has been allocated or is being spent?
Oh, it's public
Yeah, it's all-
information.
Yeah,
It's on
yeah,
the
it's
website.
in the CIP. It's
Okay.
part of it. It was.
It was spent on
Look.
salaries. It was spent on
the-
fire and police
yeah, the CARES.
salaries.
Okay.
So that opened up money for other projects for public safety. So.
Right.
With that money hasn't been spent, so we can say, you know what, we're not buying 8 police cars
Okay.
this year. We're not buying a fire truck this year.
That's
what we can look at.
That's my question, Mayor, is the money that was freed up, that is now sitting there, some of it was allocated or has already
Yes.
been spent on police cruisers.
It has not been spent.
Only,
Is
all
there
of it.
going to be a transparent accounting for those monies that were freed up?
it's all
Yeah, it's all
all
CIP.
there now. It's all in the
It
CIP.
is?
It's in,
Okay.
it's a.
Yeah, that's all
it's
You can see where we'll
Yeah,
have to
it's
take it
public
from.
information. Yeah, it has to
What
be.
I was asking.
I think we had another question, Mayor?
Yeah,
Um,
was there another?
Ms. Flores?
If we do, if we can go to the mic, because
Yeah.
they won't be able to hear.
At home.
So if a motion is made this evening to keep the relief program in place and possibly have a launch point of a dollar amount, does that mean that the parameters, criteria, scoring system for the program can't be changed after tonight?
That's my understanding.
No, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the allocation of funds is one topic. The direction on how we put the program together is another topic. And I'm assuming that we're going to get direction to get feedback from the business community before we finalize that. So I haven't thought through how far we're going to go, but and we haven't had that discussion, but we can after we have the money discussion, I think we can have a discussion about the
Well, I think we're gonna have to
requirements.
delay the application, because if we got to wait for the input, because if we don't have the criteria for the application, then it can't be changed.
Yeah,
She
and
doesn't want to put it on the website until we have criteria. We aren't going to get criteria until we have the town hall meeting. Is
Yeah,
my
so-
understanding from the business community.
and
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just
Go ahead.
make a motion to table item 7C and move it to the next available council meeting after the town hall. And we get, after the town hall, so we can then get clarification as to what criteria were needed. And then we can then at that point set a,
And I think we need to also add that we need to look in the area, if we're going to fund it at 10, 20%, whatever we're going to fund it at, that we need to take a good look at what the budget is that we left, so we can take it out of that. So we
Okay.
can take it or transfer it from there. Whichever line items we have, if we agree on 10, 20%, whatever it is, then we need to come up with, we need to take a good look at the.
And-
amend my motion to include that as well.
yeah.
Second.
I have a question still.
Go ahead, Freddie.
So-
Yeah, we have a motion, a second, And I'll say any further discussion. go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. So, if I'm understanding what the motion is, so we table the program until we have the town hall, because we're gonna base our criteria off of the town hall meeting? Is that, am I following you?
Criteria and their needs. So,
Okay.
like from
So-
from what I understood it, from what Linda had explained and what using the COG, they had come up with this criteria. This wasn't criteria that was given to us. It was just criteria that they all bounced around. So it can be changed. But if we continue moving it, at this point, that criteria is then solid.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would recommend, yes, that we, if we're not able to come to a group think on the criteria, then we wait and get the feedback and float the criteria ideas out on, with the feedback, and then come back, doing it that way. Money we can, is a jump off point, but the criteria, we can't start unless we have a nailed down criteria. And,
And we can still use Arizona First, or Arizona Local First as our modeling
yes.
agency?
And I think in order to stay as safe as possible with gift clause, I think it's a must that we use them, and we can engage them. The only other caveat I would have is to realize that until we launch the program and see the response on the program, we're not going to have a final number on how much is going to happen. But the jumping off point is definitely up to council's decision.
And that was going to be my other comment. I mean, we know basically how many businesses are in the city, right? But without the applications, how are we going to really know where we're at? I mean, because we're going to get, obviously, the concerned businesses. They're going to show up, and they're going to give us their feedback, and we're going to build a criteria. And then we're going to roll out the applications?
Yes.
Okay, so for all those businesses that didn't attend or are not aware, because I don't know that 600 businesses will be aware, but.
270 are the ones that will qualify now.
Okay.
Based on
off of
these
this
quals.
criteria, yeah.
Based off of the criteria that you
That
have
are,
right now?
yes, that were lined out. I want to answer Jesse made a statement that these criteria, these were recommended by Local First.
So you didn't bounce them off each other and then come up with them?
No, we looked at them, talked about what it takes to tweak them. I don't know exactly,
An
like say,
earlier question that I had was did this criteria come from Local First, or did you guys go as a sounding board and bounce it off each other? And the answer was that it was bounced off
right.
each other and come back.
But they also, two things to be true at the same time. They're also recommended by Local First.
Yes, and then, and I think it was Councilman Rios that made the statement, if we're moving forward to having the criteria developed by input from the community, then we definitely need to have Local First in the room, because there's some criteria they are not comfortable working with, and they won't work with.
And then also, Mr. Mayor, members of council, also, the criteria has to fit within the confines of the gift clause. And the confines of the gift clause is we have to be ready to, if we put a standard out there and put a number to it, we gotta write a check to whoever applies.
Mr. Mayor, this is your city attorney. Can I comment on the gift clause?
Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, Bill.
As I watch all of you grapple with this, I'm reminded of how local leadership in our state have had to grapple with a great deal of uncertainty imposed by higher levels of government. As you know, and you can't get me on video, I don't know why it says you've locked me out, which I don't mind. It's late and you don't want to see me. As you know, I am the town attorney for 8 other cities and towns, and I work with 70 other cities and towns in the risk pool. I've been talking to city and town attorneys all over the state about this very issue as we've tried to grapple with it. The problem is that this state has what is called the gift clause, enacted after the turn of the century by the founding fathers of this state as a result of the robber barons who took local funds and used that to benefit themselves. You have a gift clause. I heard some of your constituents say, why is it the federal government can provide stimulus, but you can't? You can't because you have the gift clause. Now, having said that, there are ways to work around it. The Arizona CARES Act stipulates that all those funds go to public safety and other types of expenses. That then frees up funds. But those funds are tainted by the Arizona gift clause. Little cities and towns, smaller cities and towns suffer from that. The federal government funded the larger cities and towns not directly, not through the state. And so those funds didn't get infected with the gift clause, and they can spend it as they wish. And that may be why your consultant is telling you, and your constituents are asking you, to spend it as you wish. But you have this gift clause, and that's what we have to wrestle with. But these other smaller jurisdictions are figuring out ways to do it, to get it to businesses. Your attorney general has opined that as long as we're helping people with economic welfare, we can do it. And so there are ways to do this. But it's not as easily said that we can just write a check because the federal government has given us a check. The federal government gave big cities checks, and they get to write the checks. Federal government gave the state the other funds, and the governor left you holding the bag. And we have to figure out ways to spend it, and that's what we need to do.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, and just to one comment, the September 2nd update, and I did find that's a U.S. Treasury update to CARES Act money, not AZ CARES. And so that did not apply to the money. And by that point, we had already spent all of our AZ CARES money on salaries. But yeah, they do have that power to loosen it up, but that one doesn't impact us. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, and like Phoenix, Tucson, and Mesa. Those are the only 3 cities and 2 counties who got that money directly. We didn't get that money directly. We got Arizona CARES money that was given to the governor, and then the governor put their strings on. Well, they gave it to us, and even the governor said, well, you guys can do what you want. But as Bill said, the governor can't erase the Constitution. The gift clause is hard-coded in the Constitution, and whatever they think we can do with it, we're locked in that. But I just didn't want to, because I think that's been tossed out a lot, that loosening up in September was. Go ahead, Bill.
Paul, I don't want the constituents to think we can't do it. We can do it.
Yes.
I like using your consultant to tell you businesses can best use these funds, and then you tell us how to make it work. But I'm telling you, it's not as easy as just writing a check. But our job is to help you help your community.
And working with Bill, we've come up with the strategy we're putting forward, because we outline a class of people, and we fully fund that class of people with the idea that these things are directly related to employment, allows us to be in compliance with the gift clause according to Bill. And so it can be done.
Sure. Mr. Mayor?
Is there a time constraint on this? Like, does this have to be figured out by the end of 2020?
No. I mean, this money is now general fund money in the budget for 2021. So we could, I mean, with this money needs to be spent by July of 21, June 30th of 21.
Any other comments, questions?
I just want to say, okay.
Well, well, I guess that's going to be the responsibility of the organization that we hire to do this, because we're paying them also. What's it cost to do that 5% of what you're distributing? So we're going to have to pay that cost also.
Yep.
So that would be part of their responsibility also.
And,
No, the other people
No.
don't.
Mr. Mayor, members of
they have to
council,
use every avenue.
these are the types of questions that we need to work out on Tuesday.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
My last comment
Yes, go
I
ahead.
just want to say thank you all for being patient throughout this tonight. We're used to staying up till a long time
We have sleepy
in
bags.
meetings, but I really, really appreciate all of your comments, your thoughts, your attendance, and your heartfelt comments. So don't think that these comments are taken lightly. I know this council is very business acclimated, and we understand. We understand that you're in pain. I just hope that we can somehow find a way to help you. I really do. That doesn't seem menial, okay?
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a comment on the meeting coming up. The meeting on December 1st will not be a city council meeting. It's going to be a town hall meeting. And so it is a meeting for you to share with the people who are hosting the meeting. And so there won't be a strict agenda and all that. But I think please encourage others to participate. Danny doesn't know this, but he'll be here broadcasting the meeting, and Shelley will be here helping to field the questions and stuff like that.
Are
So,
we gonna have a moderator or anything like
well,
that?
yeah, I'm trying to think of where we could do a larger venue and
Split it up with Besh here at the library,
um,
and then have.
Oh, no.
no,
Who said that?
Wait.
Oh, my gosh.
You want to?
Go to DJ's Casa.
Oh, really? Who said that?
No.
So we'll come up with a venue, maybe a bigger venue, especially with the numbers going up. We may have to if we're gonna get more people in here.
Football
We can't
field.
put very many more people in here. So we'll have to figure that out, huh?
I was saying the fairgrounds.
We might look at that, see what they.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fairgrounds.
Building.
Right, Desert Auditorium. Yeah,
High Desert would be a
yeah, that'd be good.
So we'll look into it. If you can check some other locations too, then.
Okay.
I also want to thank you for being here. I know it's a long night, and we can't change the direction we went with this at this point, but we can change how we go in the future.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, do you want to check? I think Fernando may want to have
Fernando,
it.
you got any comments before we vote?
I just have a quick one. I mean, I think we're going in the right direction. I know that we didn't really know that we could do this in the beginning, but better late than never. But one thing I just want to make sure, everybody makes it sound like everybody thinks we have an extra $800,000, but our revenues took a hit too. We were wondering how we were going to pay the bills. And so this so it's not necessarily all that money is just there to be used because our income went down when your income went down.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure, I think I'm all for freeing up whatever we can free up, whatever that amount is. So that helps.
Thank you, Fernando. Any other questions, comments? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay?
Wait. Oh, what was the?
It was a
Already
table.
a motion and a second on the floor.
It's a motion to table.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I lost track. And this is only item 2. We still got a whole meeting ahead of us. Okay.
Motion is to table it.
Yeah, motion, okay. I was thinking you were passing it.
Criteria, and also look into our budget where we're gonna get
Yeah,
the funds,
my
or where
Je-
we're gonna take funds from.
Jeopardy brain, I'm sorry.
Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you guys.
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Have a good night.
Thank you all.
You can stick around till
Yeah,
we're
stick
done.
around.
Yeah,
We're
we-
not done.
You can't bail out on us.
You can stick around till we're done, all the way.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll go to the consent calendar. So we have item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $259,186.38. Consideration of approval of council meeting minutes. Consideration of October 27, 2020 summary meeting minutes. Consideration of October 29, 2020 special council meeting summary minutes. Consideration of November 10, 2020 summary meeting minutes. Consideration of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. Consideration to approve the fiscal year 1920 second quarter distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $7,106.48 to the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts to be paid from account number 10-51-51920 General Fund, Cobra Valley Center for the Arts. And we have discussion and consideration for the final plat for the intersection of 7th Street and Maple, where the property owner Trotter is dedicating property to the city for a right-of-way in turn. In return, the city is abandoning right-of-way to Trotter also. The city is abandoning 10 feet right-of-way to property owner Cook within the same final plat. Anybody from the audience, staff, or council wish to remove any of these items?
Motion to approve as presented.
Yeah.
We have a motion, a second for approval or a consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. We have no new business. We'll go to action items. We have consideration and possible approval resolution 1824 WIFA loan adoption in the amount of $2 million, of which $400,000 is forgivable. Shelley, can you read resolution 1824, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I was notified by staff just before the meeting that there is a change in the title of the resolution that needs to be read into the meeting and included in the stipulation.
In 1824?
I need to replace drinking water with clean water. It's a minor change, but I just wanted to make that.
Okay. Thank you. So you're going to replace that drinking.
Mr. Mayor, resolution number 1824, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Globe, Arizona, approving the form and authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement with the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority of Arizona from its Clean Water Revolving Fund program, delegating the determination of certain matters relating thereto to the manager and the finance director, providing for the transfer of certain monies and making certain covenants and agreements with respect thereto, authorizing the taking of all other action necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by such loan agreement and this resolution, and declaring an emergency. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Yes.
We had that presentation last week. Is there any question?
No other questions or comments, Mayor. I motion to approve resolution number 1824.
Second.
We have motion and second approval of resolution 1824. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item B is consideration and possible award of contract agreement from CA-2020-0027 with Apache Underground for the Walliman Road Waterline Replacement Project, utilizing a cooperative contract between Apache Underground and the Pine Strawberry Water Improvement District in the amount of $162,000 and $162,573 to be initially funded out of account number 50-80-52200 Water Capital Outlay Construction with possible WIFA reimbursement. Any questions?
I have a comment. My comment is, we've used Apache Underground quite a few times here in the last 3, 4, 5 years, and they do a good job. They do a good job, and they clean up their mess when they go, so.
And we're getting a better price out of this because it's a co-op with a.
With the other, yeah.
With Pine Strawberry.
So we mean
Mr. Mayor, member of the council.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, so just a note on this, due diligence, since we did use Apache quite a bit, we went out to bid. Our bids came in way higher than the cooperative. So we went back to the lowest bidder and also to Apache and asked them to provide us with a cooperative contract. And this is the result of that. And we saved right at $40,000 doing it this way.
motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion and second to approve contract agreement. Is there any further discussion? Thanks, Jerry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item C,
No, we're already done.
we did already. Wow, wow.
Bring him back.
Goodness.
Any late agenda items?
No,
Do we have any? No, we didn't.
They're all late.
Do we have anybody in call to the public?
No,
Sure.
no new emails.
Scheduling the meetings?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick note. Does anybody have any discussion about we're going to virtual? I think we're gonna
Back to it?
go back to it and just say the same rules we had before, but close down the lobby. I don't know what, I mean, it's up to this body, and so I want to make sure that this is an opportunity to talk about that.
Well, what are we gonna do on Monday or Tuesday when all these we're gonna find a different venue?
Yeah.
Got it,
We
okay.
can't do it in here.
We can do up to 50 people. We can manage it.
Capacity right now.
Like, here, I think we're 22.
At 22?
Yeah, it depends. I think we have like 16 locations they can sit.
If you do high desert, you should have plenty of room.
Yeah, you can spread out pretty good there.
The way we're doing it now in our gallery, I don't know, it's my opinion that I don't think that we should go back to virtual all the way. I mean, just doing what we're doing. I mean, if we're expecting the public to go back to work and do what they have to do, I mean, we have to be open to that as well.
But we're seeing high numbers now. We're seeing,
I understand that.
They've,
I mean, I got it. I had it. I mean, I understand it. I understand full-heartedly what it means to do that. But even if we decrease the number of people in the room and sit them more in the back of the room, I mean, if 6 foot of distance is what we're being told, then.
I don't think in previous meetings there were even half the people that there were here, not even half, maybe 1/4. So if we have 6 residents that want to come, I say let them come. That's my opinion.
I'll wear my mask, so I'm, you know, I haven't been wearing it before, but I will continue to wear it more often. I had an appointment with my lung doctor today, so.
well, I think if we don't feel comfortable being here in this, you know, because this isn't a large room, it doesn't have very good ventilation in it. I think it's our choice if we want to be here virtually or we want to be here in person, if we're not going to go virtual.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we could go down to 25% and you know, and do it that way and just
I
say,
thought we were at 25%.
were we? Oh, I thought we were at 50.
No, it should be 25%.
Okay, well, I think we were at 50 tonight. I think so, yeah, no,
I was that one.
in the agenda, we say 50, but what we would do is, we were putting 2 different groups on either side, and that's how we arranged it. And so what we would say is if we had 6 individual people, we would have them in a row by themselves. But if you have a friend or a group, or, you know, they can expand that row, is kind of where we're at. And we were really lucky because we asked people, can you come back for the CARES, and we were able to manage it. But it's council's pleasure.
I'm concerned about the surge. I really am.
Especially after Thanksgiving.
Yeah. I don't know if we do another test to see. Obviously, tonight was a moneymaker, right? So, on a routine night, I don't know that. I'm just trying to think back. What did we have? Maybe 8 people?
That's not even.
At the most, I think, was 8.
And I mean, I'm okay if we can spread out 8 people like that. Maybe we keep it at 10, but I think we still have to exercise caution.
Okay, so we'll keep it, the majority of the ones that they keep.
You want to say 50%? You want to say 25%?
25%.
25, okay.
Churches are 25%.
Okay, there you go.
They are, 25%. Yeah. Okay, future agenda items?
How about we gotta talk about the business licenses. They're coming up in January.
I thought he was.
We're working on that, that should be coming
Yeah,
up.
we just,
It should
and we
it's
just have
be an
to get
amendment to the proclamation.
the mayor to do the proclamation, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So we need to get that done Yeah, after the holiday, okay. Any other topics? So we need to go into E-session, or vote to go into E-session, yeah.
Yeah.
We got an hour still.
Yeah.
I'm going home.
We got multi-day meetings, it's like.
My
Yeah.
gosh.
When you see the agenda says for,
Motion. Second.
We have motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.